The night sky wept stars over Black Ridge as 7 hooded figures gathered in the sacred grove. Ancient pines stood sentinel around them, their shadows stretched long by the solitary fire that burned without wood or coal. The flame hovered above a stone altar marked with runes older than memory. Amara Nightborn clutched the swaddled infant to her chest. The child slept peacefully, unaware of the burden about to be placed upon her tiny shoulders. "We are the last," Amara whispered, her voice cracking. "The bloodline thins. Our kind hunts our kind. We have no choice." Elder Cain drew back his hood, revealing a face lined with scars that shimmered silver in the firelight. "The hollow flame must endure. It is our legacy and our curse." The gathered survivors formed a circle around the altar. Each bore the mark of the Nightborn, eyes that shifted between human and something ancient, something that remembered when magic and earth were one. "Begin the binding," Elder Cain commanded. Amara placed the infant on the altar. The child stirred, but did not wake as the hovering flame pulsed with an eerie golden light. The survivors began to chant in the old tongue, words that made the air shimmer and the trees bend away. The flame contracted, condensed, until it was no larger than a candle's flicker. Then, with a sound like a distant scream, it plunged into the infant's chest. The child's eyes flew open, ordinary brown eyes that flashed molten gold for just an instant. On her right shoulder, a mark appeared, a flame within a circle, surrounded by 9 stars. "It is done," Elder Cain said quietly. "The hollow flame sleeps within her. She must never know what she carries until she is ready." Amara gathered the child, tears streaming down her face. "Where will she be safe?" "Ashroot Valley, beyond the reach of those who would extinguish our kind." Cain handed her a sealed letter. "Give this to the woodsman who dwells at the forest's edge. He will raise her as his own." As the ritual circle dispersed into the night, Cain approached the altar one last time. From his robes he produced a raven, black as midnight and watching with uncanny intelligence. "Fly east," he whispered to the bird. "Find the ice guardian. Tell her, she is born. Protect the flame." The raven took flight, disappearing into the starlit sky, carrying with it the last hope of the Nightborn. Amara looked down at the sleeping child, the weight of destiny heavy in her arms. "Sleep well, little Eirian," she murmured. "May the hollow protect you until your fire awakens." Chapter 1. The burned girl dawn broke over Ashroot Valley, painting the mist-shrouded pines in amber light. Eirian Vale's fingers worked methodically through the wool, carding it with practiced efficiency, despite the blisters forming on her palms. She paused to push a strand of copper-red hair behind her ear, leaving a smudge of lanolin on her freckled cheek. "Eirian, are you finished with that batch?" Goodwife Tyrell called from across the village square. "Nearly," Eirian replied, quickening her pace. The village elders had been watching her more closely lately. Any excuse for criticism was seized upon with disturbing eagerness. At 17, Eirian towered over most of the village women. Her lean frame and unusual coloring, hair like autumn fire and eyes of deep amber, made her stand out among the typically dark-haired, stocky folk of White Pine. Not that she needed more reasons to be noticed. The whispers followed her everywhere. Strange girl, feverish when touched, burns through gloves in winter. She finished the wool and delivered it to Goodwife Tyrell, who snatched it without meeting her eyes. Eirian pretended not to notice, as she always did. "I'm heading to collect pine resin for Father," she announced to no one in particular. The village square emptied as she approached, mothers pulling children close, men suddenly remembering urgent tasks elsewhere. Only Bryn, the blacksmith's daughter, offered a hesitant smile. "Take care in the forest," she whispered. "The hunters saw wolf tracks near the east ridge." Eirian nodded her thanks and headed toward home, a sturdy cabin at the village edge. Inside, her father Rowan worked at his wood carving, strong hands coaxing a bird from cedar. "I'm going for resin," she said, grabbing her gathering bag. Rowan's weathered face creased with concern. "Take the iron knife, and Eirian—" He hesitated. "Stay in sight of the village." She knew what he wasn't saying. Don't give them more reasons to fear you. I'll be careful, she promised. The forest embraced her like an old friend. Here, away from judging eyes, Eirian relaxed. She worked quickly, scoring pine trunks and collecting the amber resin that seeped out. Her father's remedies were sought throughout the valley, even by those who crossed the street to avoid his witch-born daughter. The afternoon waned. Eirian had nearly filled her pouch when a child's scream shattered the forest quiet. Without thinking, she ran toward the sound. Beyond the tree line, near the village granary, little Tam Weaver stood frozen in terror. 3 gray shapes circled him, wolves, gaunt with winter hunger. Tam, don't move! Eirian dropped her bag and stepped into the clearing. The lead wolf turned, yellow eyes assessing this new threat. Eirian raised the iron knife, knowing it was pitifully inadequate against 3 wolves. Help! Tam's voice quavered. Please! The wolves tensed, preparing to spring. Terror rose in Eirian's chest, not for herself, but for the child. Something hot and fierce uncoiled inside her, a serpent of energy she'd spent years trying to ignore. No, she whispered, feeling it surge beyond her control. Not now! The lead wolf leapt. Heat exploded from Orion's outstretched hands. A wall of golden flame erupted between her and the wolves, far larger than she'd intended. The animals yelped and scattered, fur singed. But the fire didn't stop. It raced across the dry ground, leapt to the granary's wooden walls. In heartbeats, the structure was engulfed. Witch! The first cry came from behind her. Villagers had been drawn by Tam's screams, just in time to see Eirian Vale summon fire from nothing. Eirian grabbed Tam and pushed him toward the gathering crowd. I didn't mean... It was the wolves. A rock struck her shoulder. Witch-born! Someone shouted. She's burning our winter stores. More villagers appeared, carrying buckets from the well, but their eyes were fixed on Eirian with a hatred that burned hotter than any flame. Get away from the boy! Goodwife Tyrell snatched Tam, checking him frantically for injuries. I was trying to save him, Eirian pleaded. The wolves. There are no wolves here, demon child, Elder Cobb spat. Only the fire you brought. The crowd pressed closer. Eirian backed away, hands trembling. She had never meant for anyone to see. For years, she had hidden the strange warmth in her palms, the way candles flared when she passed. Enough! The crowd parted as Rowan Vale pushed through, his tall frame imposing even against the mob. My daughter just saved that boy's life. Your daughter? Elder Cobb sneered. We all know she's no blood of yours, Rowan. You brought a changeling into our midst. Now look what she's done. The granary collapsed in a shower of sparks. Half the village's winter stores gone. Rowan put his arm around Eirian's shoulders. We'll discuss reparations tomorrow, he said firmly. For now, I'm taking my daughter home. The crowd reluctantly gave way, though their eyes promised this wasn't over. As Eirian passed, she saw little Tam watching her with wide eyes, not fear, but wonder. She made pretty fire, he whispered to his mother, who quickly hushed him. That night, Eirian lay sleepless on her pallet. Downstairs, she could hear her father boarding up the windows against what might come with morning. What's happening to me? She whispered to the darkness. The fire had never come so strongly before, just small flickers, easily hidden, but today it had poured from her like a river breaking its banks. When sleep finally claimed her, the dreams came again. Standing stones in a circle, ancient and towering, moonlight pouring like silver water across their faces, a girl with violet eyes watching her from across a frozen lake. Find me, she seemed to say, though her lips didn't move, and fire, golden fire that didn't burn but healed, curling around her fingers like a living thing. Eirian woke with tears on her face and her right shoulder burning. In the darkness, she pulled down her nightdress to reveal the strange birthmark that had always been there, a flame within a circle, surrounded by 9 stars. For the first time in her life, it glowed like an ember in the night. Chapter 2. The inquisitors' shadow candles guttered in the draught as Brother Thayer descended the narrow stone steps into the monastery archives. Creven Monastery stood like a granite sentinel on the mountainside, overlooking the fertile valleys of the south and the wild, untamed forests of Ashroot to the north. For 8 centuries, the Brothers of the Sacred Flame had kept their vigil against darkness. But darkness had many forms, Thayer had come to learn. "You're here late again, brother," remarked the ancient archivist, Brother Eldon, without looking up from his meticulous copying. "The midnight bell has rung." "Forgive me," Thayer replied, setting his lamp on the stone table. "I wish to finish my research before tomorrow's council." Brother Eldon's gnarled fingers paused over his parchment. "Ah, yes. The new Father Superior makes his proclamation." He lowered his voice. "They say Father Amius has grand plans to restore our order's former glory." Thayer nodded noncommittally. At 30, he was considered young among the brothers, but his scholarly reputation had earned him access to texts most initiates never saw. He waited until Brother Eldon shuffled away before retrieving the manuscripts he'd hidden behind a loose stone the previous night. The pages were brittle with age. The ink faded to a rusty brown that resembled dried blood more than scholarly notation. The text contained no title, only a symbol stamped on the first page, a flame surrounded by 9 stars. "Accounts of the Nightborn Heresy." Thayer had titled it in his own notes. He spread the pages carefully and continued his translation from where he'd left off. "They draw power from the earth itself, these children of the hollow flame. Their gifts manifest differently. Some command fire, others ice or wind. Most fearsome are those who walk between worlds, communing with spirits no mortal should address. The Nightborn claim ancient lineage, predating our sacred order. They speak of balance, not dominion, but their magic bends natural law, and power unchecked by faith leads only to corruption. We hunted them to the brink of extinction after the Black Ridge Massacre, when their unchecked powers burned a village to ash. The survivors fled north, beyond our reach, but prophecy speaks of their return." "An interesting choice of reading, Brother Thayer." Thayer startled, nearly upsetting his lamp. Father Severin stood at the archive entrance, his angular face half illuminated by candlelight. Though no longer Father Superior, following his recent retirement, he still commanded respect throughout the monastery. "Father, Thayer began, moving to cover the forbidden text. "No need," Severin said, approaching with measured steps. "I know what you found. Indeed, I guided Brother Eldon to place it where your curious mind would discover it." Confusion replaced Thayer's panic. "You wanted me to find this, but these texts are sealed by order of men who feared knowledge more than they feared ignorance," Severin finished. "Come, walk with me. The stones have ears, even at this hour." They ascended to the monastery gardens, where winter had stripped the plants to skeletal versions of their summer glory. Frost crunched beneath their sandaled feet. "Tomorrow, Father Amius will announce a new mission for our order," Severin said. "A purge of old heresies in the northern territories. In Ashroot Valley." Thayer's breath clouded in the cold air. "Ashroot? But that's barely civilized territory. What heresies could possibly—" "The Nightborn," Severin said simply. A chill that had nothing to do with the winter night ran through Thayer. "But they're gone, extinct. The texts say what we wrote after the last purge." Severin's eyes reflected the moonlight. "But some things cannot be extinguished so easily. There have been incidents, reports of unnatural occurrences. Father Amius believes the time is right to eliminate any remaining threat." "And you agree with this?" Severin was silent for several heartbeats. "What I believe matters little now, but you, Thayer, you have been chosen to accompany the mission." "Me?" Thayer stopped walking. "But I'm a scholar, not an inquisitor. I've never—" "Precisely why you were chosen. Your knowledge of the old texts, combined with your untested faith." There was something in Severin's tone, a warning perhaps. "Father Amius values your intellect, but questions your commitment to certain aspects of our doctrine." Understanding dawned. This is a test of my loyalty. Indeed. Severin placed a thin hand on Thayer's shoulder. But also an opportunity. Knowledge without wisdom is dangerous, Thayer. So is faith without questioning. They reached the monastery wall. Below, the valley stretched dark and boundless under the star-filled sky. What exactly are we seeking in Ashroot? Thayer asked. Father Amias believes a night-born descendant has surfaced there, someone with power. He wants them found, questioned, and— Severin didn't finish. And if I find them, what then? Then you must decide where your faith truly lies. Severin turned back toward the dormitories. The flame teaches illumination, Thayer, but men often prefer the comfort of shadows. The great hall echoed with the voices of 200 brothers as Father Amias made his proclamation. Unlike his predecessor, he stood tall and broad-shouldered, his voice carrying to the rafters without effort. For too long, we have allowed the embers of heresy to smolder in the remote reaches of our lands, he declared. The time has come to restore the sacred flame to its rightful place, not just in our prayers, but in the darkest corners of Ashroot Valley. Approving murmurs rippled through the gathered brothers. Behind Father Amias stood 6 men wearing the crimson sashes of inquisitors. Among them, feeling distinctly out of place, stood Thayer, the simple brown robe of a scholar, contrasting with their ceremonial garb. Our mission is holy, Father Amias continued. We seek those who would pervert natural law through forbidden practices, those who commune with dark spirits, those who bend the elements to their will. Thayer studied the faces around him. Most showed fervent agreement, but here and there he noted flickers of uncertainty. Brother Eldon, at the back of the hall, watched with ancient, sorrowful eyes. We depart at dawn, Father Amias concluded. May the sacred flame light our path. As the assembly dispersed, Inquisitor Cress approached Thayer. His face was handsome but hard, like marble carved by a sculptor who valued perfection over humanity. Brother Thayer, I understand you're to be our historian. His tone suggested he found the role superfluous. I'm to document what we find, Thayer replied carefully. For the archives. Just remember your primary duty is to the order, not to your scrolls. Cress leaned closer. Father Amias has concerns about your orthodoxy. I'll be watching closely. That night, Thayer packed his meager possessions, quills, ink, a journal bound in plain leather. After hesitation, he slipped the forbidden manuscript into his satchel, wrapped in clean linen. Sleep eluded him. The faces of accused witches from the illustrated texts haunted his thoughts. Men and women bound to stakes, flames licking at their feet. He had always believed the sacred flame represented enlightenment and protection. When had it become a weapon? Where does my faith end and fear begin? He whispered into the darkness. No answer came, only the cold winter wind whistling through the stones of Creven Monastery, carrying the promise of snow and the whisper of distant, untamed magic. Chapter 3. Whispers in the Smoke. Morning revealed White Pine Village transformed. Where yesterday there had been sidelong glances and whispers, today there were open shouts and accusing fingers. The charred skeleton of the granary still smoldered, a black wound against the white winter landscape. Eirian watched from the window of their cabin as a crowd gathered in the village square. Elder Cobb's voice carried on the crisp air. We've tolerated the strange child because of respect for Rowan, but this has gone too far. Half our winter stores gone. What if she burns our homes next? Someone shouted. Or our children. Rowan had left at dawn to speak with Headman Wyke, hoping to arrange restitution. He'd made Eirian promise to stay inside. A promise she couldn't keep as she watched the crowd swell, their anger feeding on itself like the flames that had consumed the granary. We should find her now, called a voice Eirian recognized as Fletcher Gord, a man who had always looked at her with particular distrust, before she works more of her devil magic. The crowd turned toward her cabin. Eirian stepped back from the window, heart hammering against her ribs. Her hands trembled, and she clasped them tightly, terrified of what might happen if her fear ignited her mysterious power again. A pounding at the door made her jump. "Eirian!" It was Bryn, the blacksmith's daughter. "Let me in, quickly!" Eirian unbolted the door. Bryn slipped inside, her round face flushed with exertion and fear. "They're coming for you," she said breathlessly. "Fletcher's gathered men. They're bringing chains blessed by the traveling priest. They mean to bind you for the inquisitors." "Inquisitors?" Eirian's mouth went dry. Even in remote Whitepine, everyone knew what happened to those taken by the Brothers of the Sacred Flame. "There's word of a new purge. Father says they're hunting witches in the north villages." Bryn pressed a small bundle into Eirian's hands. "Food and flint. My father says to go north, past the old standing stones. There are people there who—" She hesitated. "Who understand people like you." "People like me?" Eirian echoed hollowly. "Bryn, I don't even understand what I am." "You're my friend," Bryn said fiercely. "Now go. I'll tell them you ran east toward the river." Eirian grabbed her warmest cloak and the iron knife. She hesitated at her father's carving table, then took his newest creation. A small wooden fox, its eyes bright with inlaid amber. "Tell him!" Her voice broke. "Tell him I'm sorry." "He knows," Bryn whispered, embracing her quickly. "Go!" Eirian slipped out through the back of the cabin. The forest pressed close here, offering immediate cover. She plunged into the trees just as angry voices reached the front of the house. She ran until her lungs burned, until the voices faded to nothing but the winter wind through bare branches. Only then did she slow, orienting herself by the pale winter sun. North meant deeper into the Ashroot wilderness, away from the established settlements. Something dark flashed overhead. Eirian looked up to see a raven circling, larger than any she'd seen before. It croaked once, then flew north, as if confirming her direction. The day wore on. The forest grew denser, older. Pines gave way to massive oaks and elms that must have stood for centuries. Eirian found a stream and followed it uphill, stopping occasionally to rest and eat sparingly from Bryn's provisions. The raven appeared and disappeared throughout the day, always ahead, always watching with unnerving intelligence. "What do you want from me?" she called to it after hours of this strange game. The bird simply croaked and flew further into the gathering shadows. Dusk approached when Eirian crested a small hill and found herself in a perfect circular clearing. At its center stood what remained of a stone altar, ancient and weathered. Around it, barely visible beneath centuries of moss and lichen, stood 9 stone pillars in a perfect circle. The standing stones from her dreams. The raven landed atop the central altar, its black feathers gleaming like polished obsidian. Eirian approached cautiously. The air felt different here, heavier, charged with something she couldn't name. Her birthmark tingled beneath her clothing. The altar stone bore faded carvings, symbols she didn't recognize, and words in a language she couldn't read. But something about them tugged at her memory, as if she'd seen them before in a forgotten dream. She traced a finger over a symbol that resembled her birthmark, a flame within a circle surrounded by stars. "What is this place?" she whispered. The raven cocked its head, then suddenly took flight. It circled the clearing once and disappeared into the darkening forest. Evening shadows lengthened. Eirian gathered fallen wood to make a small fire beside the altar. As twilight deepened into night, she huddled close to the flames, wondering what would become of her. Would Rowan search for her? Would he be punished for harboring her all these years? The fire popped and sparked. Eirian stared into its depths, remembering the unnatural flames that had poured from her hands. That terrible power had cost her everything, her home, her father, the only life she'd known. A tear slid down her cheek and fell into the fire, which hissed softly in response. The hiss became a whisper. "Eirian!" She jerked upright, looking around the clearing. Nothing moved in the darkness beyond her small circle of firelight. Child of the hollow flame. The voice came from the fire itself, soft as the rustle of autumn leaves. Within the dancing flames, Eirian glimpsed a face, a woman with eyes old as the stars and hair that moved like living flame. "Who are you?" Eirian whispered, afraid to speak louder lest the apparition vanish. "I am Elira, once guardian of Blackridge Hollow, once wife to Thorn, mother to those who followed, keeper of the balance." The name meant nothing to Eirian, yet it resonated within her like the toll of a distant bell. "What do you want with me?" "To warn you, to guide you. The flame within you stirs early, child. Untamed fire consumes all it touches." Eirian looked down at her hands. "I didn't mean to hurt anyone. I just wanted to save the boy. Intent shapes power, but cannot control it. You must learn, as I once did." "Learn what? From whom?" Eirian leaned closer to the fire. "Please, I don't understand what's happening to me." The fiery face shifted, features becoming more distinct. A woman neither young nor old, with eyes that held both compassion and terrible knowledge. "Seek the guardian of ice. Seek balance. Fire must be guided, or it will destroy its vessel." The image began to fade. "Wait!" Eirian cried. "How do I find this guardian? Where do I go?" The whisper came fainter now, barely audible above the crackling flames. "Follow the raven. Trust the frost. The hollow remembers its children, even when they forget themselves." The fire collapsed into ordinary coals. The presence was gone. Eirian sat motionless, wondering if grief and exhaustion had conjured the vision. But her birthmark burned beneath her clothing, and when she checked it, the flame symbol glowed with a faint golden light. She curled up against the ancient altar stone, pulling her cloak tight against the deepening cold. Sleep eluded her as questions crowded her mind. Who was Elira Morin? What was the hollow flame? And why did it now burn within her? As the moon rose over the standing stones, casting silver light across the clearing, Eirian made a decision. She would follow the raven, seek this guardian of ice, and learn to control the dangerous power inside her. In the branches of an ancient oak, the raven watched over her through the night, its eyes reflecting the dying embers of her fire. Chapter 4. Fen of the forest dawn broke with merciful silence. Eirian woke stiff and cold beside the extinguished fire, her dreams haunted by flaming visions and a woman's urgent whispers. The raven was gone, but when she looked north through the standing stones, she spotted its distinctive silhouette against the pale morning sky. "I'm following," she murmured, gathering her few possessions, "though I'd appreciate knowing where we're going." Her stomach growled. Bryn's provisions wouldn't last another day. Eirian knew basic foraging, but winter offered little besides pine nuts and the occasional hardy root. She would need to find more substantial food soon. The morning passed in uneventful travel. The ancient forest grew denser, the trees more twisted and gnarled with age. Occasionally, Eirian spotted the raven, always ahead, always watching. By midday, hunger drove her to follow a small game trail that veered eastward, hoping to find a stream where she might trap fish. The trail widened unexpectedly into a proper path, one clearly made by human feet. Eirian hesitated. Civilization meant danger, but also potentially food. Perhaps a solitary woodsman or trapper who hadn't heard about the witch girl from White Pine. The path led to a small cabin nestled against a hillside. Smoke curled from its stone chimney, and neatly stacked firewood lined one wall. No one was visible outside. Eirian crept closer, debating whether to approach openly or attempt to steal from whatever stores might be accessible. Before she could decide, voices carried from beyond the cabin, approaching from the east. Eirian ducked behind a large oak and listened. "Sure the tracks led this way?" A man's voice, heavy with authority. "Certain, Captain. Fresh, heading north. One traveler, small-footed, probably the witch girl from the report." This voice was younger, eager. Witch hunters. Eirian's blood froze. How had they found her trail so quickly? White Pine sent word less than a day ago. How far could she have gotten? The first voice asked. Village said she was raised in the forest, knows how to move in it, but she can't hide forever. Eirian pressed against the tree, heart hammering. She needed to run, to hide deeper in the forest, but her legs felt leaden with fear. Let's check this cabin, the captain said. Local might have seen her. 4 men in the crimson-trimmed cloaks of the church militia emerged into the clearing. Each wore a wooden pendant shaped like a flame. The leader, a broad-shouldered man with a graying beard, approached the cabin door and knocked forcefully. No answer came. He knocked again, then tried the latch. Locked. Break it down, he ordered. The youngest of the hunters stepped forward with an axe, but before he could swing, a new voice spoke from the forest edge behind Eirian. I wouldn't do that, if I were you. Everyone turned. A man stood there, tall and imposing, despite his simple leather and wool garments. His dark hair was streaked with silver at the temples, his face weathered by years and elements. He carried a string of rabbit carcasses over one shoulder and a hunting bow in the opposite hand. The captain straightened. Church business. We're tracking a dangerous fugitive, a witch girl who burned half a village. No witches here, the stranger replied. Just me, and I don't recall inviting armed men to break my door. Something about his calm defiance made the hunters uneasy. The youngest shifted his weight, hand moving to his sword hilt. We have authority to search any dwelling, the captain insisted. The girl is dangerous. So am I when strangers threaten my home. The dark-haired man dropped the rabbits and knocked an arrow in one fluid motion. Now, I suggest you continue your hunt elsewhere. Daylight's wasting. Tension crackled between them. Finally, the captain motioned to his men. We'll be back with more authority than you can dismiss, Forester. The church doesn't tolerate interference in sacred matters. And I don't tolerate trespassers, sacred or otherwise. The stranger held his bow steady until the hunters disappeared down the eastern path, muttering darkly among themselves. Only when they were gone did the arrow lower. The man collected his rabbits and walked toward the cabin, passing within arm's reach of Eirian's hiding place. You can come out now, he said without looking at her. They're gone for the moment. Eirian froze. How had he known? Either come out or run deeper into the forest, he continued, unlocking his door. But decide quickly. They'll be back with reinforcements by nightfall. Hesitantly, Eirian stepped from behind the tree. The man glanced at her, his sharp gray eyes taking in her dirt-smudged face and tattered cloak. You don't look like someone who burned half a village, he remarked. It was just the granary, Eirian replied defensively. And I didn't mean to. A flicker of something, recognition, concern, crossed his face. Come inside before you're spotted. We don't have much time. The cabin's interior was unexpectedly spacious. One wall held shelves of dried herbs and tinctures that reminded Eirian of her father's remedies. Another displayed weapons, bows, knives, and a sword of unusual design. A hearth dominated the far wall, with a kettle hanging ready. Sit, the man ordered, gesturing to a wooden chair. He busied himself rekindling the fire and filling the kettle with water from a clay jug. Thank you for not turning me in, Eirian said quietly. Don't thank me yet. He worked efficiently, skinning 2 rabbits and adding them to the pot with dried herbs and root vegetables. I haven't decided what to do with you. I'll leave after nightfall. They won't find me again. The man gave a short, humorless laugh. Child, those weren't ordinary hunters. Those were church militants. They have ways of tracking that go beyond physical signs. Eirian's hand instinctively moved to her shoulder, where her birthmark still occasionally pulsed with warmth. Who are you? He wiped his hands on a cloth and faced her fully for the first time. Fen Morin, this is my land you're trespassing on. The name struck Eirian like a physical blow. Morin? Last night I saw a woman in the fire, Elira Morin. She spoke to me. Fen went utterly still. What did you say? At the standing stones I made a fire. A woman's face appeared in it. She said her name was Illyra Morin, guardian of Blackridge Hollow. She told me to seek balance, that fire must be guided. Fenn's expression hardened. He crossed the room in 2 strides and gripped Eirian's shoulders. Do not speak of things you don't understand. Illyra Morin has been dead for 60 years. Her spirit doesn't appear to lost girls in the woods. His hands were uncomfortably hot against Eirian's shoulders, even through her clothing. She winced, and he released her immediately, looking troubled. Unless... He studied her face. Take off your cloak. What? No! I need to see something, now. His tone brooked no argument. Reluctantly, Eirian removed her cloak. Fenn circled her, examining her with intense focus. Your right shoulder. Show me. Eirian hesitated, then pulled down the collar of her dress to reveal the birthmark, the flame within a circle, surrounded by 9 stars. It had faded to its normal appearance, no longer glowing as it had the previous night. Fenn's breath caught. He reached toward the mark, then pulled his hand back, as if afraid to touch it. The flame sigil, he whispered, after all these years. You know what this is? Eirian demanded, covering herself again. Tell me! Instead of answering, Fenn went to a chest in the corner of the room. He opened it and withdrew something wrapped in faded blue cloth. When he unwrapped it, Eirian saw a small, age-darkened mirror in a frame carved with the same symbols she'd seen on the altar stone. Look into it, he instructed, holding it before her. Eirian's reflection appeared normal at first. Copper hair, amber eyes, freckled skin. Then the image shimmered, and for a heartbeat, her eyes glowed with inner fire, her hair moving as if blown by an unfelt wind. She jerked back. What was that? Confirmation, Fenn said grimly, rewrapping the mirror. Your magic is manifesting, growing stronger, and doing so without guidance. He set the mirror aside and rummaged deeper in the chest, pulling out a small book bound in leather so old it had cracked along the spine. When did it start? The fire? I've always run hot, Eirian answered. Fever warm, my father says. But the actual flames, just yesterday, there were wolves threatening a child, and I just reacted. And it got away from you. It wasn't a question. Yes. Shame colored her voice. I couldn't control it once it started. Fenn leafed through the book, stopping at a page covered in diagrams of hands surrounded by flame-like patterns. Untrained flame wielders often manifest in moments of extreme emotion. He read aloud. Fear, particularly for others, is a common trigger. Once released, the power grows exponentially until the vessel is consumed or balance is achieved. Vessel? You mean me? Eirian asked, alarmed. I'll be consumed? Fenn closed the book. Not if you learn control. He stared into the fire, conflict evident in his features. I swore I was done with this life, with magic, with the legacy of the Hollow. You have magic too? Eirian leaned forward eagerly. Had. He corrected sharply. I walked away from it 20 years ago, after it cost me everything I loved. The kettle began to boil. Fenn moved it away from the flame and ladled stew into 2 wooden bowls. He handed one to Eirian, who accepted it gratefully. Eat, he said. You'll need strength for what's ahead. Which is what, exactly? She asked between bites of the savory stew. Fenn stood at the window, watching the forest grow darker with evening shadows. Those hunters will return by dawn with reinforcements. We need to be gone before then. We? He turned, resignation etched in the lines of his face. Yes, we. The flame sigil on your shoulder is more than a birthmark. It's a beacon to those who know what to look for. It marks you as what you are, a descendant of the Nightborn, a bearer of the Hollow Flame. I don't understand any of this, Eirian admitted. No, you don't. That's the problem. Fenn's voice softened slightly. Your power is growing wild, Eirian. Without training, it will consume you, and possibly everyone around you. I can't in good conscience let that happen. So you'll help me? Against my better judgment, yes. He began gathering supplies, putting them into a worn leather pack. "We leave at first light. There's someone else you need to meet, someone who might understand your particular manifestation better than I do." "Who?" "A guardian of ice," Fen said, echoing Alira's words from the fire vision. "If she still lives." Eirian watched him work, 1,000 questions swirling in her mind. "Fen, are you related to Eilira, the woman I saw in the fire?" His movements paused briefly. "She was my grandmother," he said, not meeting Eirian's eyes. "And Thorn Morin was my grandfather. They were the last true guardians of the Hollow." "And now?" Fen looked at her, his expression unreadable in the fading light. "Now there's you. The hollow flame awakens again, for better or worse." He gestured to her bowl. "Finish your food and rest while you can. Tomorrow will be harder than anything you've known." Outside, night fell over the forest. In the branches of an ancient oak, the raven settled to watch the cabin, its obsidian eyes reflecting the firelight from within. Chapter 5. Thayer and the Ashroot Sigil. The expedition from Creven Monastery traveled swiftly, forgoing comfort for speed. 12 brothers in total, 6 inquisitors in their crimson sashes, 4 armed church militants, and 2 attendants who handled the horses and provisions. And Thayer, the reluctant scholar, riding a dappled mare that seemed as uncertain of its role as he was of his own. Inquisitor Cress led them with single-minded purpose. 3 days of hard riding brought them to the outskirts of Ashroot Valley, where the ordered farmlands of the south gave way to wild forests and scattered settlements. "White Pine Village lies half a day's ride north," Cress announced as they made camp on the third evening. "We've received word of a witch-born girl who revealed herself by burning their granary." "A convenient confirmation of our mission," remarked Brother Thayer, unable to keep the skepticism from his voice. Cress's eyes narrowed. "The sacred flame reveals heresy in its time, brother. Coincidence is merely the hand of divine providence." Thayer kept further thoughts to himself, retreating to his bedroll with the forbidden manuscript he'd smuggled from the monastery. By candlelight, he studied the faded illustrations of the Nightborn, men and women with flames emerging from their palms, others surrounded by swirling ice or wind. "They do not create fire," read one passage, "but channel it from the world beyond the veil." The strongest among them bear the Ashroot Sigil, the mark of those who can touch both worlds. Ashroot Sigil. The term appeared nowhere else in church doctrine that Thayer had studied. He sketched the symbol described, a flame surrounded by 9 stars within a circle, in his personal journal before extinguishing his candle. White Pine greeted them with wary deference the following day. The village headman, a stocky man named Wyke, welcomed the brothers with appropriate ceremony, while villagers peered from doorways and windows. "The witch girl fled 2 days ago," Wyke explained as he led them to the charred remains of the granary, "after she revealed her true nature." "Tell us exactly what happened," Cress demanded. An older man with a face like tanned leather stepped forward. "I saw it with my own eyes. Fletcher Gord's the name. The girl, Eirian Vale, she was always strange, fever hot to touch, they say. Then 2 days past she set upon our granary with hellfire from her own hands." Thayer observed the man's eager expression, noting the exaggeration typical of those seeking approval from authority. "Were there witnesses to this hellfire?" he asked. "Little Tam Weaver was there," Fletcher replied. "Nearly bewitched the boy, too." Cress shot Thayer a warning glance, but nodded at Fletcher. "Bring the boy forward." A woman reluctantly pushed a small child of perhaps 6 years toward them. The boy looked terrified, his eyes wide, as he stared at the brothers in their formal robes. Thayer knelt to the child's level, ignoring Cress's disapproving frown. "Hello, Tam. I'm Brother Thayer. Can you tell me what you saw when Eirian was with you?" The boy glanced at his mother, who nodded tightly. "Wolves," Tam whispered. "Big wolves. They was gonna eat me." "And Eirian, what did she do?" "She made pretty fire," Tam said, his voice gaining confidence. "From her hands, like magic. It scared the wolves away." Did she try to hurt you? Thayer asked gently. Tam looked confused. No, she saved me from the wolves. But then the fire got big, really big. He spread his arms to indicate the size. It jumped to the granary. Eirian looked scared. Thank you, Tam, Thayer said, rising. Cress stepped forward. The child confirms it. Witchcraft was practiced. Where is the girl's dwelling? Headman Wyke led them to a small cabin at the forest edge. Inside, they found evidence of hasty departure. Clothes left behind, food still on the table. Who lived here with the witch? Cress demanded. Eirian Vale, Fletcher supplied eagerly. Took her in as a babe, claimed her as his own. But everyone knows she came from elsewhere. No mother, no kin. Where is this Rowan now? Asked Thayer. Fletcher's expression darkened. Fled after her. Traitor to his own kind. Thayer examined the cabin, while Cress questioned the villagers further. A woodcarver's tools lay on a table beside half-finished animal figurines. Herbs hung drying from the rafters. Healing plants, not the poisonous varieties often associated with witchcraft. He found a small journal and slipped it into his robes while the others were distracted. Outside, Cress was organizing a search party. The witch cannot have gone far. We'll divide into 3 groups to cover more ground. A word, Inquisitor? Thayer requested. They stepped aside, away from eager villagers volunteering to join the hunt. The girl appears to have acted in defense of a child, Thayer said quietly. Even the boy confirms this. Is this truly the dangerous witch we seek? Cress's face hardened. A heretic is most dangerous when appearing benevolent, Brother Thayer. Her power manifested. That alone confirms our suspicions of night-born taint in this region. He leaned closer. Question our mission again, and I will report your sympathies to Father Emmius. That afternoon, while most brothers joined the search for Eirian, Cress ordered Thayer to investigate reports of an old pagan site near the village. Take 2 militiants, Cress instructed. If you find evidence of night-born worship, cleanse it with sacred fire. The site proved to be a small temple built into a hillside, its stone entrance nearly hidden by encroaching vegetation. Moss covered ancient carvings, symbols that made Thayer's heart quicken as he recognized them from his forbidden manuscript. Night-born markings, confirmed one militant, Aldous, a young man whose eagerness for the hunt unsettled Thayer. We should burn it now. We should examine it first, Thayer countered. Knowledge of our enemy serves the sacred flame. Inside, the temple opened into a circular chamber. 9 pillars surrounded a central altar stone carved with the now familiar symbol, the flame within a circle, surrounded by 9 stars. The Ashroot sigil. Heretical symbols, declared the other militant Dorn. Clear confirmation. Thayer ran his fingers over the sigil, feeling an unexpected warmth beneath his touch. This place is ancient, older than our order, perhaps. All the more reason to destroy it, Aldous said, already unpacking the sacred oils used in purification rituals. Thayer moved deeper into the chamber, drawn by an archway behind the altar. It led to a smaller room where shafts of sunlight penetrated through cleverly designed openings in the ceiling. The walls bore faded murals depicting men and women with upraised hands, flames and frost emanating from their palms. Between them stood trees with golden leaves. The original Nightborn, Thayer murmured, recognizing scenes described in his manuscript. Brother Thayer, called Dorn, we're ready to consecrate the flames. Thayer turned to leave, but a flash of color caught his eye. Behind a fallen stone lay a small object. He retrieved it, a pendant carved from amber, warm to the touch. Within it, perfectly preserved, was a fragment of golden leaf. Without fully understanding why, Thayer slipped the pendant into his pocket instead of showing it to the militants. Time to cleanse this abomination, Aldous declared as Thayer returned. The militants had splashed sacred oils across the altar and pillars. Dorn struck flint to steel, and flames leapt hungrily across the ancient stone. As fire consumed the temple, something unexpected happened. A cry, neither human nor animal, echoed from deep within the structure. It vibrated through the stone, through Thayer's very bones, carrying such profound sorrow that tears sprang unbidden to his eyes. "What was that?" Aldous asked, suddenly uncertain. "The death wail of a demon," Dorn answered, though his face had paled. "Proof our work is righteous." But Thayer felt differently. The cry resonated within him like a string plucked on an instrument he hadn't known he possessed. It wasn't demonic. It was a lament, ancient and human, and desperately sad. As they watched the temple burn, Thayer withdrew slightly from the others. He removed Rowan Vale's journal from his robes and opened it, finding a record of a simple man who had raised a strange child as his own. Eirian's fever burns again tonight, her palm hot enough to boil water. She doesn't understand what she is. Neither do I, truly, save that she is my daughter in all ways that matter. The mark on her shoulder glowed again, the flame within the stars. The midwife who delivered her to me said it marked her as special, a child of the Hollow, she whispered before disappearing into the night. I fear for her future. The brothers grow more zealous each year. But what can I do except love her and teach her to hide what she cannot control? Thayer closed the journal, conflict surging within him. He fingered the amber pendant in his pocket, warm against his skin despite the winter chill. The temple collapsed with a final mournful groan. As they rode back to White Pine, the smell of smoke clung to Thayer's robes, and doubt clung to his heart. That night, he volunteered for first watch at their camp. When the others slept, he removed his manuscript once more, searching for mention of the Hollow that Rowan Vale had referenced. Near dawn, he found it, a passage he'd overlooked before. The Hollow is neither place nor power, but the space between worlds where magic dwells. Those born with the Ashroot sigil can reach across the veil, drawing forth elemental forces. They are neither good nor evil by nature, contrary to church doctrine. They are simply vessels, bridges between worlds. The church fears what it cannot control. Thus it names all Nightborn heretics, when in truth they are merely different, ancient, connected to powers that predate our understanding. Thayer closed the manuscript as the eastern sky lightened. The amber pendant seemed to pulse against his chest, where he now wore it, hidden beneath his robes. "What if we're wrong?" he whispered to the dawning day. "What if we're the ones committing heresy by destroying what we don't understand?" No answer came except the morning breeze and the distant cry of a raven flying north toward the deeper forests of Ashroot Valley. Chapter 6. The Hollow Flame Awakens. Dawn found Eirian and Fen already deep in the northern woods. They had left his cabin before first light, traveling quickly along paths invisible to untrained eyes. Fen moved with the silent efficiency of someone long accustomed to avoiding notice, while Eirian struggled to match his pace. "How much farther?" she asked as they paused beside a narrow stream. "We'll reach the Ember Cradle by nightfall if we maintain this pace." Fen filled a water skin, his movements economical. "Unless you need to rest longer." "I'm fine," Eirian insisted, though her muscles ached from the punishing journey. "What exactly is the Ember Cradle?" Fen straightened, scanning the forest with practiced vigilance before answering. "One of the oldest Nightborn sanctuaries in Ashroot, a place where those with the gift came to learn control." His expression darkened. "Before the purges." "And you think it will help me?" "The place itself holds power, old magic, and there are tools there, if they remain undisturbed, that might help temper your flame." He shouldered his pack. "We should move. Church militants aren't known for giving up easily." They continued northward, the forest growing wilder with each passing mile. Ancient pines towered overhead, their branches forming a canopy that dimmed the daylight to perpetual twilight. Snow lay in scattered patches, untouched by sun. As they walked, Fen spoke of the Nightborn, how they had once been respected healers and guides before fear turned respect to persecution. How his grandparents, Alira and Thorn, had led the survivors to sanctuary in Blackridge Hollow. "What happened to them?" Eirian asked. They died protecting what they loved, Fen answered simply. As did my parents. Is that why you abandoned magic? Because it cost you everyone. Fen's stride faltered momentarily. Magic is like fire, Eirian. Useful when controlled, deadly when it runs wild. I saw too many consumed by their gifts, literally burned from within by power they couldn't master. Will that happen to me? Her voice was small, frightened. Not if I can help it, he said with unexpected gentleness. That's why we're going to the Ember Cradle. By late afternoon, the terrain changed. The ground rose sharply, and massive rock formations jutted from the earth like the spines of some enormous beast. They climbed a narrow ravine, scrambling over boulders and through tight passages. Almost there, Fen called back. They emerged onto a plateau framed by stone pillars weathered nearly to stumps. Beyond them, carved into the living rock of a cliff face, stood an entrance marked with symbols similar to those Eirian had seen at the altar stone. The Ember Cradle, Fen announced. Last refuge of the first flame wielders. The entrance led to a tunnel that descended into darkness. Fen produced a torch and lit it with flint and steel, though Eirian noticed his hesitation before striking the flame. You truly fear fire, she observed. I respect its power, he corrected. As should you. The tunnel opened into a vast circular chamber that took Eirian's breath away. The ceiling soared overhead, supported by columns carved to resemble twisting flames. The walls bore intricate murals depicting figures wielding various elements: fire, ice, wind, earth. At the chamber's center stood a basin of dark stone, perfectly round and filled with what appeared to be ashes. What is this place? Eirian whispered, her voice echoing strangely. The heart of the cradle, Fen replied, his torch casting dancing shadows across the ancient murals. Here, night-born children came of age, learning to harness their gifts. He guided her toward the ash-filled basin. Each element had its ritual basin. This one belongs to fire wielders. Eirian peered into the darkness beyond the central chamber. Are there others here? Once, this sanctuary housed hundreds. Fen's voice held an edge of bitterness. Now it stands empty, a memorial to what was lost. He placed his torch in a wall sconce and rummaged through his pack, producing the small book he'd consulted at his cabin. We should begin your training immediately. Your power grows stronger each day it remains undirected. How do we start? Eirian asked, eyeing the ash basin warily. First, you must understand what you are. Fen opened the book to a diagram showing a human figure with fire emanating from various points: hands, eyes, heart. You don't create fire, Eirian. You channel it from beyond the veil, the boundary between worlds. I don't understand. The Nightborn are conduits, bridges between this world and what lies beyond. Some channel fire, others ice or wind. The strongest can touch multiple elements. He studied her face. Your dreams of the violet-eyed girl suggest you might have affinity beyond fire alone. Before Eirian could question this further, a sound echoed from one of the side tunnels, stone skittering across stone, followed by a muffled cry. Fen was instantly alert, drawing his hunting knife. We're not alone. They moved cautiously toward the sound. The side tunnel led to a smaller chamber where part of the ceiling had collapsed, creating a precarious slope of rubble. Near the top, clinging to an unstable boulder, was a small figure. A child? Eirian gasped. The child, a girl no more than 8, looked down at them with terrified eyes. Help! I can't get down! How did she get in here? Eirian whispered. There are many entrances to the Ember Cradle, Fen replied grimly, and village children have always been drawn to places adults fear. He raised his voice. Hold still, we'll come to you. He took a step toward the rubble pile, but it shifted ominously. The child shrieked as her perch tilted, sending smaller stones cascading downward. It won't hold both of us, Fen said. And if that large boulder goes... Eirian saw it immediately. The massive stone at the pile's center was all that prevented a complete collapse. If it shifted, the child would be crushed. "What do we do?" she asked desperately. Fen's expression was grim. "There's one way, but it requires what you fear most. My fire." It wasn't a question. "Controlled fire," Fen emphasized. "You need to create a barrier, a wall of flame that will hold back the rubble while I reach her." "But what if I lose control again? What if I hurt her, or you?" "Then we all die." His gray eyes locked with hers. "This is what being Nightborn means, Eirian. Power that can save or destroy. The choice is always yours." The child's sob echoed through the chamber as more stones shifted beneath her. "Tell me what to do," Eirian said. "Focus on the sensation you felt when you saved the boy from wolves," Fen instructed. "But this time, hold the intent in your mind. Contain, protect, shield. The fire will follow your intent if your will is strong enough." Eirian closed her eyes, remembering the surge of power that had flowed through her in White Pine. She had wanted to protect then too, but fear had made her power wild, uncontrolled. "I'm going to climb now," Fen said. "When I say, create your barrier, there." He pointed to a line midway up the rubble pile. "Hold it steady until I return with the child." He began to ascend carefully, testing each handhold. Eirian's heart pounded in her ears. She focused on the space Fen had indicated, imagining a wall of golden flame. Protective, not destructive. The rubble shifted again. The child screamed. "Now, Eirian!" Fen called. She extended her hands, willing the barrier into existence. At first, nothing happened. Then heat surged through her veins, pooling in her palms. Golden flames erupted from her fingers, not in a wild explosion as before, but in a directed stream that formed a wavering barrier across the rubble. "Hold it!" Fen called, scrambling faster now. The effort was immense. Sweat beaded on Eirian's forehead as she fought to maintain the barrier. The flames wavered, threatening to extinguish or explode outward. Within her, something shifted, a door opening to a place of raw, seductive power. "More," whispered a voice that wasn't hers. "Take more, burn brighter." The flames turned from gold to blue-white, intensifying. Stones near the barrier began to glow red with heat. "Eirian! Control it!" Fen shouted. He had reached the child and was holding her tightly as the rubble beneath them began to liquefy from the heat. But Eirian barely heard him. The power was intoxicating, flooding her senses. She could feel every flame, could expand it, could let it consume everything around her. Why had she ever feared this glorious sensation? "Yes," the voice urged. "Let it flow. Let it devour." Through a haze of golden light, she saw Fen sliding down the rubble slope with the child clutched against his chest. His face was contorted with effort as he pushed through the edge of her flame barrier, his clothing smoking. "Eirian!" he shouted, his voice seeming to come from very far away. "Remember the prophecy! Remember the curse!" The words penetrated the haze of power. "Curse? What curse?" "Those who surrender to the flame are consumed by it." Fen's voice cracked with desperation. "Look at your hands, Eirian!" She looked down. Horror cut through the euphoria as she saw blue-white flames licking up her arms, her skin beginning to blacken at the fingertips. "No!" she gasped, panic replacing power. The flames surged uncontrollably, exploding outward. Fen threw himself over the child, protecting her with his body. "Focus!" he roared through the inferno. "You are the vessel, not the flame. Command it!" Eirian closed her eyes, forcing herself to breathe. The voice still whispered, urging destruction, but she pushed it away. "I am the vessel, not the flame." She visualized the fire as a living thing, wild but not malevolent, something that could be guided, not just unleashed. "Return," she commanded silently. "Return to me." Gradually the flames receded, drawing back into her palms. The sensation was agonizing, like trying to pour an ocean into a cup. But slowly, breath by breath, the fire diminished until only a faint golden glow remained around her hands. Silence fell in the chamber. Eirian collapsed to her knees, utterly drained. Fen approached cautiously, the child hiding behind him. "Eirian!" She looked up, tears streaming down her soot-stained face. "I'm sorry, I almost—" "But you didn't." He knelt beside her. "You pulled back from the edge. That's more than many have managed their first time." The child peered around Fen's leg, eyes wide with wonder rather than fear. "Are you a fire fairy?" Despite everything, Eirian laughed, a sound edged with hysteria. "No, just someone learning a difficult lesson." Fen helped her to her feet. "Take the child back to the main chamber. I need to check if there's another way out. That collapse may have sealed our primary exit." As Eirian led the little girl, who introduced herself as Miri, a shepherd's daughter from a nearby village, back to the central chamber, she noticed something strange. The ash in the basin was glowing, embers rekindling after long dormancy. "Look!" Miri pointed excitedly. All around the chamber, symbols on the walls were beginning to glow, first faintly, then with increasing brightness. The light spread like veins of gold through the stone, illuminating carvings that had been invisible in the torchlight. Fen returned, stopping abruptly at the threshold. "What did you do?" "Nothing," Eirian said. "It just started." The golden light reached the ceiling, where a massive representation of the flame sigil now burned. Below it, 3 names appeared in script Eirian couldn't read, yet somehow understood. Elira, guardian of the flame; Thorn, keeper of the balance; Ceres, child of 2 worlds. "Your ancestors," she whispered to Fen. "And mine." Fen's face was unreadable as he stared at the names. Ceres was Elira's daughter. She married a man from beyond the Hollow, a man with no magic. Their descendants were thought lost during the purges. His eyes moved to Eirian. "Until now." "What does it mean? The walls lighting up like this?" "It means the Ember Cradle recognizes the return of a true flame wielder." He gestured to the glowing basin. "The sanctuary awakens." Miri clapped her hands in delight, but Fen's expression remained grave. "This also means you've alerted every magic-sensitive being within leagues of our presence," he said quietly, "including church sensitives who hunt our kind." "I didn't mean to. Intention matters little with power like yours," Fen interrupted. "This is why the prophecy exists. This is why our kind was hunted to near extinction." "What prophecy?" Eirian demanded. "You keep mentioning it, but tell me nothing." Fen sighed heavily, then pointed to a section of wall where the golden light formed a specific pattern. 2 figures, one wreathed in flame, one in frost, standing at opposite sides of a chasm. "When fire and ice align, the veil will thin," he recited. "The world's fate balances on that day. Either healing or destruction shall hold sway. This is the Nightborn burden, this their curse, to hold power that can mend or make things worse." He turned to her, his eyes reflecting the golden light of the awakened sanctuary. "Your power awakens at a critical time, Eirian. The Church senses it. That's why they've renewed the purges. They fear what the prophecy foretells." "And what exactly does it foretell?" she asked. "The return of magic to the world." Fen's voice was solemn. "Magic not controlled by church doctrine or secular powers, but wild magic, ancient magic, the kind that can't be contained by human laws or boundaries." "And that's bad?" "It's change," he said simply, "and those in power fear change above all else." Miri tugged at Eirian's sleeve. "Can you teach me to make pretty fire too?" Eirian looked down at the child, then at her own hands, still faintly glowing with inner light. "No, little one, this isn't something to be taught or wished for." "We need to move," Fen announced, checking his weapons. "The awakening of the Ember Cradle will draw attention. We'll take the child to her village, then continue north." "To the Ice Guardian?" Eirian asked. Fen nodded, his face grim in the golden light. "If we're lucky, she still lives. If not—" He left the thought unfinished. As they prepared to leave, Eirian approached the glowing basin. Something compelled her to reach toward the embers, which flared brighter at her proximity. "Don't touch it," Fen warned. "The basin was used in final ceremonies, when a flame wielder fully embraced their power. You're not ready." Eirian withdrew her hand reluctantly. "Will I ever be ready?" Fen looked at the glowing names of his ancestors, of her ancestors, etched in flame upon the ancient walls. "That, Eirian Vale, depends entirely on whether you master the fire or it masters you." The golden light pulsed once more, then began to fade as they led Miri toward a side tunnel that Fen promised would take them to the surface. As they left, Eirian glanced back at the basin, where a single flame now burned steadily, awaiting her return. Chapter 7. The Girl of Ice. The eastern forests of Ashroot Valley wore winter differently than the north. Here, ice coated every branch in glittering sheaths, and snow lay pristine and undisturbed. Dawn light fractured through frost-covered pines, casting prismatic rainbows across the forest floor. Lily's ashthorn moved silently through this crystalline world, her pale blonde hair nearly white in the morning light. At 16, she carried herself with the poise of someone much older, her slender frame belying surprising strength. Only her eyes betrayed her unusual nature, violet as twilight, with pupils that sometimes contracted to diamond shapes when her emotions ran high. She stopped at the edge of the Silverflow River, now partially frozen with the winter's grip. Something was wrong. She tilted her head, listening to whispers only she could hear. "Flame awakens. Balance shifts. Seek the other, child of frost." "I know," she murmured. "I felt it 3 nights ago, like fire in my veins, though I was covered in ice." She extended one bare hand toward the flowing center of the river. Her breath clouded before her face as the temperature around her plummeted. Ice crystals formed in the air, swirling like tiny dancers around her fingers. "Show me the path," she commanded silently. Power flowed from her palm, not a force of heat like Eirian's, but its opposite. Cold so intense it pulled energy from everything it touched. The river's surface froze instantly, ice crackling as it spread outward from her hand, forming an ornate pattern of crystalline spears and spirals. When the entire width had frozen solid, Lily stepped onto the ice. It held her weight easily, though any other traveler would have crashed through the deceptively thin surface. "East or west?" she asked the empty air. The frost patterns beneath her feet shifted, forming an arrow pointing west, toward the heart of Ashroot Valley. "So be it," Lily's whispered. She crossed the frozen river and continued her journey, following game trails with the confidence of someone raised in the wilderness. As she walked, small frost spirits materialized around her, tiny, translucent creatures that resembled miniature humans with gossamer wings made of ice crystals. They flitted about her head, whispering in voices like wind through icicles. "The fire child awakens. The prophecy unfolds. You must hurry." "Father will notice my absence soon," Lily's replied. "He has eyes everywhere." The largest spirit, no bigger than her thumb, hovered before her face. "The church hunter seeks what you seek, but for different purpose. Your paths diverge here." Lily's expression hardened. "My father raised me, protected me. Don't speak of him as merely the church hunter." The spirits scattered at her anger, frost patterns following in their wake. Lily sighed, regretting her sharpness. The spirits were ancient and alien in their thinking. They could not understand human bonds. As she walked, Lily's reflected on the strange dual existence she had lived for the past decade. Orphaned at 6, or so she had been told, she had been discovered by Inquisitor Alaric Ashthorn during a routine investigation of a village where children had reported snow that danced. While his companions searched for adult practitioners, Alaric had found Lily's hiding in a root cellar surrounded by intricate ice sculptures that moved at her command. Any other Inquisitor would have reported her immediately. Instead, Alaric had wrapped her in his cloak, whispered, "Be still, child," and smuggled her away. He claimed to the others that the cellar had contained nothing but vegetables and rats. Later, when they were alone, he explained, "I had a daughter once, with your gift. The church took her from me before I understood what we were doing." His eyes had held such profound grief that even at 6, Lily's understood. I will not make the same mistake twice. For 10 years, he had raised her in secret, teaching her to hide her abilities. He trained her in church doctrine by day, while at night he allowed her to practice her craft in the privacy of their isolated home. It was an imperfect arrangement built on contradiction. Alaric enforced the church's will against others with magical abilities, while protecting the most powerful ice wielder anyone had seen in generations. Lily's never questioned this hypocrisy until recently, when the frost spirits began appearing to her, speaking of prophecy and destiny, and a fire child, who would be her counterpart. By midday, Lily's reached an outpost where church militants were gathering. She pulled up her hood and adjusted the crimson sash she wore, a replica of her father's, which granted her passage through church checkpoints. From a concealed position, behind a stand of evergreens, she observed the activity. A tall, imposing man, with a graying beard, was addressing a group of armed men. Even from a distance, she recognized her father. Inquisitor Alaric Ashthorn's voice carried on the winter air. "The witch girl was last seen heading north, toward the old ruins. We'll split into 3 groups to cover more ground." He pointed to areas on a map spread before them. "Remember, she is to be taken alive if possible. Father Amius wants her questioned before judgment." Lily's felt a chill that had nothing to do with her powers. The witch girl could only be the fire child the spirits had spoken of, the one she sought herself. As the men dispersed to prepare for their search, Alaric remained behind, studying the map. Lily's hesitated, then stepped into the clearing. "Father!" Alaric's head snapped up, surprise quickly replaced by a guarded expression. "Lily's, why are you not at home?" "I had a vision," she said simply, knowing he would understand the significance. Despite his position, Alaric had come to respect the validity of her intuitions, as he called them. He glanced around to ensure they weren't overheard. "What did you see?" "A girl with flame at her fingertips, standing stones that glow at night, and—" she hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. "A prophecy awakening." Alaric's face paled slightly. He took her arm and led her away from the outpost, into the privacy of the trees. "The witch we hunt can call fire," he said quietly. "Reports say she burned a granary in White Pine Village." "Was anyone hurt?" Lily's asked. "No. That's unusual for untrained magic." He studied his adopted daughter's face. "What aren't you telling me, Lily's?" She met his gaze steadily. "The spirits speak of balance, fire and ice in harmony. They believe this girl is my counterpart." Alaric's expression darkened. "The frost spirits are not to be trusted. They have their own agenda." "As does the church," Lily's replied, a rare challenge in her voice. "Careful, daughter." "The church would burn her without understanding what she is," Lily's pressed, "just as they would freeze me if they knew." Alaric couldn't deny this. His hand moved unconsciously to a pendant he wore beneath his robes, a memento of his first daughter, lost to the church's fear decades ago. "What do you propose?" he asked finally. "Let me find her first," Lily said. "If she is what the spirits claim, what I believe she is, then perhaps there's more to this than the church understands." "And if she's simply a dangerous witch who cannot control her power?" "Then I'll bring her to you myself," Lily's promised. "But I must know, Father. I must know if she is the other half." Alaric was silent for a long moment, internal conflict evident in his eyes. Finally, he reached into his pocket and withdrew a small object, a compass, whose needle glowed with an unnatural blue light. "This is a finder's compass," he explained, "used by inquisitors to track magic manifestations. The stronger the magic, the more clearly it points." He placed it in her palm. "It will lead you to her, if that's what you truly want." Lily's accepted the compass reverently. "Thank you, Father." You have 3 days, he said firmly. If you haven't returned by then, I'll come looking for you, with the full might of the church behind me. I understand. Alaric reached out to touch her cheek, a rare display of affection. Be careful, Lilies. If this girl is what you believe, she may be as dangerous as she is important. That night, Lilies made camp in a small cave, the entrance sealed with a wall of ice of her own creation. The compass rested on a flat stone before her, its needle pointing steadily northwest, toward the heart of Ashroot's wildest territory. The frost spirits gathered around her, more numerous than ever before. Their tiny voices overlapped in excitement. She awakens the old places. The ember cradle burns again. Lilies looked up sharply. The ember cradle, are you certain? Golden fire in stone chambers. Names of the ancient ones revealed in flame. The fire child learns her heritage. Then she doesn't know what she is, Lilies mused, just as I didn't before you came to me. She closed her eyes, extending her senses beyond the physical world. For as long as she could remember, Lilies had been able to perceive what others could not, a ghostly overlay on reality that the spirits called the veil. Through it, she could sometimes glimpse events happening at great distances, especially when strong emotions or powerful magic was involved. Now she reached for the presence she had felt 3 nights ago, a sudden flare of heat in a world of spiritual coolness. At first, there was nothing. Then, faintly, she caught an echo of power, wild, uncontrolled, desperate. A girl's face flashed in her mind, copper hair, amber eyes filled with confusion and fear. Behind her stood a tall man with silver-streaked dark hair, his expression grim and watchful. Eirian, Lilies whispered, the name coming to her through the veil. And a protector, a Morin perhaps. The frost spirits whirled excitedly. The bloodlines reunite, the prophecy unfolds. What exactly does this prophecy say? Lilies asked, opening her eyes. You speak of it constantly, but never fully explain. The spirits conferred among themselves, their crystalline bodies catching the firelight. Finally, the largest approached. When the last children of flame and frost unite, the hollow will open once more, the veil will thin. What passes through may heal the world, or destroy it. The choice belongs to those who bear the sigils. And you believe I bear one of these sigils? Lilies asked. In answer, the spirit gestured to her left forearm. Lilies pulled back her sleeve, revealing what she had always believed was a birthmark. A snowflake pattern surrounded by 9 stars within a circle. And the fire girl, Eirian, she bears the opposite? The flame sigil, yes. Together, you are the key and lock, the beginning and end. Lilies considered this. All her life, she had felt incomplete, as if part of her essence existed elsewhere. Even Alaric, who loved her as his own, couldn't fill that emptiness. Was this Eirian truly the missing piece? The answer to questions she'd never fully articulated? I need to find her, she said with sudden determination. Before the church does. Before she loses control again. She extended her hand, summoning ice to her palm. It formed a perfect replica of the face she'd glimpsed through the veil. Eirian Vale, the girl of fire. Tomorrow, Lilies whispered to the frozen image, tomorrow we'll see if you truly are my other half. Outside her ice shelter, snow began to fall, uncommonly heavy for the season. The forest animals sought deeper shelter, sensing the unnatural cold that radiated from the cave. Within hours, the eastern woods were transformed into a frozen realm that would slow the church militants in their pursuit. Lily slept soundly within her icy sanctuary, dreaming of golden fire and a voice that called to her across vast distances. Find me, complete the circle, the hollow remembers. Chapter 8. Ghosts of Hollowhaven. 3 days after the awakening of the Ember Cradle, Eirian and Fen crested a fog-shrouded ridge. Below them stretched a valley unlike any Eirian had seen before. Perfectly circular, as if carved by some giant hand, its floor blanketed in mist that swirled with unnatural patterns. Hollowhaven, Fen announced, his voice hushed with reverence or fear. Perhaps both. What remains of it? Eirian shielded her eyes against the morning sun. I see nothing but fog. That's part of its protection. Fen's expression was grim. The village itself was destroyed during the Great Purge. What matters lies beneath. They had traveled relentlessly since leaving Little Miri at her village, keeping to game trails and ancient paths that Fen somehow knew by instinct. The church militants had nearly caught them twice. Eirian had glimpsed crimson sashes through the trees. Each time, Fen had led them through passages that seemed to disappear once they'd passed. Now, as they prepared to descend into the mysterious valley, Fen paused. Before we go down, there are things you need to understand. Eirian sat on a fallen log, grateful for the rest. Since the ember cradle, her power had settled into an uneasy simmer beneath her skin. She could feel it constantly now, a golden warmth flowing through her veins, responding to her emotions. You've told me almost nothing, she said, except that I might burn from the inside out if I lose control. Because I hoped we'd find the Ice Guardian first. Fen ran a hand through his silver-streaked hair. But the signs suggest we need knowledge before we continue north. Knowledge only Hollowhaven can provide. He sat beside her, staring into the mist-filled valley. What do you know of your birth? The question caught Eirian off guard. Nothing, really. Father, Rowan, said I was brought to him as an infant. My mother died in childbirth. He never spoke of my father. Because he didn't know? Fen's voice softened. 17 years ago, the last survivors of the Nightborn bloodlines gathered in a sacred grove. Their numbers had dwindled to mere dozens after centuries of persecution. Among them was a woman heavy with child, the last descendant of Saris Morin. The name on the wall at the ember cradle, Eirian whispered. Yes, Saris was my great-aunt, daughter to Alira and Thorn. She married a man from beyond the Hollow, one without magic. Their descendants carried the potential for power, but it often lay dormant for generations. Fen paused. Until you. You're saying I'm related to you? Distantly. Our bloodlines diverged over a century ago. Eirian tried to process this information. What happened to my mother? She died bringing you into the world, as you were told, but not before the elders performed one final ritual. Fen's expression darkened. They took the last remnant of the hollow flame, the pure magical essence that had sustained our kind for generations, and bound it within you. The fire inside me is both yours by birthright and a sacred trust. Fen looked directly into her eyes. You are the last true flame wielder, Eirian, born from the purest Nightborn line and carrying the essence of the hollow itself. The weight of this revelation settled on Eirian's shoulders like a physical burden. Why me? Why a baby? Because they were desperate. The church hunted them relentlessly. They needed a vessel who could pass unnoticed until the power naturally awakened. He stood, looking toward the valley. They chose an innocent, believing that purity of heart might prevent the corruption that claimed so many flame wielders before. Corruption? You mean losing control? I mean surrendering to the seductive nature of power. Fen's voice hardened. Fire magic in particular tends to consume its wielders. The voice you heard at the ember cradle, urging you to take more, burn brighter. That's the corruption beginning. Eirian shuddered, remembering the intoxicating sensation as her power had surged beyond control. How do I fight it? That's what we've come to learn. Fen shouldered his pack. Hollowhaven holds the archives of the Nightborn, if they still exist, written records of those who mastered their gifts without being mastered by them. And these ghosts? The crows you mentioned? Fen's expression grew distant. After the destruction of Blackridge Hollow, the strongest mystics among our kind performed a final ritual. They bound their spirits to animal forms so they could continue to guard our secrets even after death. They became crows? Their consciousness did. It was considered the ultimate sacrifice to surrender human form forever. He started down the hillside. They won't welcome us easily, especially me. Why? Because I turned my back on my heritage. Bitterness edged his words. In their eyes, I betrayed everything my grandparents died to protect. The mist embraced them as they descended, cool and damp against Eirian's skin. Strange patterns swirled within it, almost like writing, visible for heartbeats before dissolving away. The ground beneath their feet changed from forest loam to ancient cobblestones, remnants of a village long vanished. What happened here? Eirian whispered. The church happened, Fen replied grimly. 60 years ago, they discovered this haven. The slaughter lasted 3 days. They passed the charred remnants of buildings, nature slowly reclaiming the evidence of atrocity. Eirian's birthmark burned beneath her clothing, responding to the lingering echoes of old magic. At the center of the valley stood a lone structure that had partly withstood time and destruction, a circular stone foundation with a shattered dome overhead. Fen led her toward it with increasing urgency. The archive, he explained, built to withstand both mundane and magical assault. As they approached, a harsh cawing erupted from the trees surrounding the structure. Dozens of crows, larger than any Eirian had seen, descended in a black whirlwind of wings and sharp beaks. Stand your ground, Fen instructed, though tension lined his face. Show no fear. The birds circled them, their eyes unnaturally bright with intelligence. One crow, larger than the others, with feathers that shimmered with a blue iridescence, landed on a broken column before them. Fenwick Morin, croaked the bird, its voice a disturbing blend of avian and human tones. The deserter returns. Fen stiffened. Guardian Kale, still bitter after all these years. You abandoned your post, the crow replied. Left your people to perish. I was 18, Fen snapped, and our people were already doomed. The crow, Kale, turned its gaze to Eirian, head tilting with uncanny precision. And what do you bring us now? A child with untrained power? Another liability? Before Fen could answer, Eirian stepped forward. My name is Eirian Vale. I carry the flame sigil. A ripple of excitement passed through the flock. They cawed to one another in what seemed like consultation. Show us, demanded Kale. Eirian pulled down the collar of her dress, revealing the birthmark. At her touch, it glowed faintly gold, a response that had become more frequent since the Ember Cradle. The effect on the crows was immediate. They descended to perch on every available surface around them, wings rustling in what sounded remarkably like whispers. Ceres's bloodline, Kale observed. We believed it extinguished. As you can see, it wasn't, Fen replied. Now will you grant us access to the archive? She needs to understand what she carries. Kale hopped closer, his beady eyes fixed on Eirian. The archives are for Nightborn. Prove your lineage with more than just a mark, child. How? Eirian asked. Call the flame. Control it. Kale's voice carried a challenge. If you are truly of Ceres's blood, the fire will answer precisely. Eirian glanced at Fen, who nodded encouragingly. Focus on a small manifestation, he advised, like lighting a candle. Taking a deep breath, Eirian extended her palm. She visualized a tiny flame, no larger than a candle's, dancing above her hand. The now familiar warmth surged through her veins, but she held it in check, allowing only a fraction of power to flow. A perfect golden flame appeared above her palm, hovering without fuel, burning without smoke. The crows fell silent. Then, as one, they bowed their heads. The hollow flame returns, Kale acknowledged. Follow. The blue-black crow led them through a hidden entrance in the foundation, stone steps descending into darkness. As they walked, Fen explained in hushed tones. The archive was built deep underground, protected by layered enchantments. Even those who raised Hollowhaven couldn't penetrate its deepest chambers. The stairway opened into a vast circular room lined with stone shelves. Each shelf held scrolls, books, and strange crystalline objects that emitted soft light. At the center stood a table carved from a single block of marble, its surface etched with a map of Ashroot Valley. "The collective knowledge of the Nightborn," Fen said with reverence, "gathered over centuries." Kale landed on the table. "What do you seek?" "Control," Eirian answered immediately. "I need to understand how to master this power before it masters me." "And?" Kale prompted, as if expecting more. "The prophecy," Fen added. "The one concerning fire and ice, the thinning of the veil." The crow nodded once. Practical and ambitious. Typical of the Morans. He fluttered to a shelf and extracted a scroll with his beak, dropping it on the table. "Begin here," he instructed Eirian. "The elemental binding techniques." While Eirian unrolled the scroll, Fen addressed the guardian. "There's more, Kale. The Ember Cradle has awakened, and the Church has renewed the purges." "We are aware," Kale replied. "The signs are unfolding as foretold. The Flame Wielder awakens, the Ice Guardian stirs, and the veil—" The bird made a sound remarkably like a sigh. "The veil thins." Eirian looked up from the scroll. "You mean the girl in my dreams? With violet eyes? She's real?" "Very real," confirmed Kale, "and seeking you as desperately as you seek answers." Fen paced the archive chamber. "We need to understand the full implications of the prophecy, not just fragments passed down through oral tradition." Kale considered for a moment, then flew to a far corner of the archive. He returned with a small crystal cube that glowed with an inner blue light. "This is the complete prophecy," he said, "recorded by Ailira herself in the final years of her life." Fen took the cube with reverent hands. "I've never seen this." "Few have." Kale's voice lowered. "Its contents were deemed too dangerous for general knowledge, too easily misinterpreted." Fen placed the cube on the map table. At his touch, light spilled from the crystal, forming the image of an elderly woman with fierce eyes and silver-streaked hair. Eirian recognized her immediately as an older version of the face she'd seen in the flames. "Ailira," she whispered. The image began to speak, her voice resonating with power, even across decades. "To those who find this record, know that I, Ailira Morin, guardian of the hollow flame, speak these words in the twilight of my life. The vision has come to me 3 times, always the same, a warning and a promise intertwined. When the Nightborn seem extinguished, 2 shall arise, one of flame, one of frost, last descendants of bloodlines thought lost. Upon their shoulders rests the final prophecy. When fire and ice achieve perfect balance, the veil between worlds will thin. The hollow, that sacred space between realms, will open once more. Through this opening, power will flow, not just the elemental magic our kind has wielded, but the deeper magic that shaped the world before human memory. Herein lies both promise and peril. If the bearers of the sigils stand in harmony, this power will heal the world's wounds, restoring what was severed when the Church drove magic into hiding. But if they stand opposed, or if one dominates the other, the curse of the Nightborn will manifest in its final form, consuming not just the wielders, but spreading unchecked across the land until all is either ash or ice. This is the balance we have sought for generations, not the suppression of power, but its perfect equilibrium, fire and ice, creation and preservation, change and constancy. To the bearers of the sigils who may hear this, your coming was foretold. Your burden is great. Seek each other, learn from each other. Only together can you break the curse that has shadowed our kind since the first Nightborn drew power across the veil. The image faded, leaving the archive in silence, broken only by the rustling of crow wings. So it is true, Fen murmured. The prophecy speaks of ending the curse, not just fulfilling it. What curse? Eirian demanded. You keep mentioning it, but never explain. Kale answered, his inhuman voice solemn. The curse of corruption, the tendency of elemental magic to gradually consume its wielder. Fire magic burns away compassion and restraint. Ice magic freezes emotion and connection. Each power, taken to its extreme, destroys what makes us human. That's why so many Nightborn became dangerous, Fen added. Not from inherent evil, but from gradual corruption, as their magic overtook their humanity. Eirian thought of the voice she'd heard at the Ember Cradle, seductive, urging greater power, greater destruction, and this balance between fire and ice can break that curse? According to the prophecy, Kale confirmed, but achieving true balance between opposing forces. The crow made a sound remarkably like a bitter laugh. Few have even come close. The ice wielder, Eirian said. The girl with violet eyes. She's the other half of the prophecy. Lily's Ashthorn, Kale supplied. Raised in secrecy by a church inquisitor, ironically enough. Her power manifested early, but she learned control through necessity and isolation. An inquisitor raised a Nightborn child? Fen asked incredulously. The ways of fate are strange, Kale replied. Perhaps as strange as a Morin abandoning his heritage, only to become guardian to the last flame wielder. Eirian continued reading the scroll on elemental binding, while Fen and Kale spoke. Techniques for controlling fire through breath, visualization, and focused intent. Methods to channel power safely without surrendering to its seductive call. There's so much to learn, she said, overwhelmed. And if the church finds us before I master this... Time grows short, Kale agreed. The awakening of the Ember Cradle has drawn attention from both sides of the Vale. The church moves north with growing certainty, and the ice wielder follows her own path toward you. Then we need to move, Fen decided. Take what scrolls we can carry. Wait, Eirian said, looking up from her reading. There's something here about channeling fire through physical objects, creating anchors to stabilize power. Kale hopped closer. Yes. Flame wielders often use tools to focus their gift. Elira herself carried a staff of blackwood that helped her direct her flame precisely. Is it still here? Eirian asked hopefully. The crow's head drooped slightly. Lost during the purge, but... He flew to another shelf and returned with a small wooden box. This might serve. Inside lay a pendant, a piece of amber suspended on a silver chain. Within the amber was what appeared to be a frozen flame, somehow captured in the golden stone. A focusing tool created by Ceres herself, Kale explained. Less powerful than Elira's staff, but perhaps more appropriate for a beginner. Eirian lifted the pendant. It felt warm against her skin, resonating with the power that flowed through her veins. When she slipped it over her head, the wild energy inside her seemed to settle, becoming more orderly, more controlled. It helps, she said with surprise. The fire, it's still there, but calmer. It won't prevent corruption, Kale warned. Only delay it. True mastery comes from within, not from tools. But it might buy us time, Fen noted. Time we desperately need. They gathered what knowledge they could. Scrolls on elemental control, maps showing secret paths through Ashroot Vale, and a small book chronicling the lives of successful flame wielders. As they prepared to leave, Kale approached Eirian once more. There is one more thing you should know, the crow said solemnly. The ice wielder draws near. Within days, perhaps hours, your paths will cross. Is she friend or foe? Eirian asked. That depends entirely on what you each choose to become. Kale's eyes seemed to look beyond her, to possibilities yet unfolding. Remember the prophecy. Balance breaks the curse. Imbalance fulfills it. I'll remember, Eirian promised. As they ascended the steps back to the ruined village, the flock of crows accompanied them, swirling overhead like a living shadow. They'll guide us through the valley's edge, Fen explained. Their protection extends that far. And after that? Fen's expression was grim as he gazed northward. After that, we face what comes. Church hunters, ice wielders, and whatever else fate throws in our path. Eirian touched the amber pendant at her throat, drawing comfort from its warmth. For the first time since fire had erupted from her hands in White Pine, she felt a measure of hope. Not just for survival, but for understanding. She was Nightborn, a descendant of Ceres, carrier of the hollow flame. And somewhere, moving toward her across the winter landscape of Ashroot Valley, was her counterpart, the one who might help her break the curse that shadowed their shared legacy. "North, then," she said with newfound determination, toward ice and answers. Above them, the crows called their agreement, their voices blending into a chorus that seemed to echo Illyra's final words. Seek each other, learn from each other, only together can you break the curse. Chapter 9. Thayer's Choice. Frost crunched beneath Thayer's boots as he followed game trails through the northern woods of Ashroot Valley. 3 days had passed since he'd separated from Inquisitor Cress and the other brothers, a separation neither accidental nor temporary. After discovering the abandoned Ember Cradle with its walls still warm to the touch, Cress had ordered the sacred site destroyed. Thayer had objected, citing its historical value. "You question our purpose once more, Brother Thayer?" Cress had asked, his voice dangerously soft. "I question our methods," Thayer had replied. "We're scholars as well as servants of the flame. Destroying knowledge serves no one." The argument that followed left Thayer with a choice: submit to Cress's authority or pursue a separate path to find the witch girl. He had chosen the latter, ostensibly to prove his loyalty by finding her independently. In truth, he wasn't certain what he would do if he found her. The amber pendant he'd discovered in the ruined temple hung warm against his chest, hidden beneath his robes. Since wearing it, his dreams had been filled with strange visions: standing stones, golden fire, and a girl with copper hair who called to him across an invisible divide. Midday found him following a stream that cut through a narrow ravine. Fresh tracks marked the muddy bank. 2 people moving swiftly, one lighter than the other. Behind these, the unmistakable boot prints of church militants, at least 4 men. "They've found her," he murmured. The ravine widened into a small clearing where the stream pooled around moss-covered boulders. Signs of recent conflict scarred the peaceful setting: broken branches, disturbed earth, and most alarming, dark splatters that could only be blood. Thayer knelt to examine the scene. The militants had ambushed the fugitives here. A struggle had ensued. Then the tracks diverged. The heavier set continued north, while a second trail showed someone staggering eastward toward a dense thicket. Following his instinct, Thayer moved toward the thicket. Just beyond, he found her. She lay curled against the exposed roots of an ancient oak, one hand pressed to her side, where blood seeped between her fingers. Her copper hair spilled like autumn fire across the forest floor. Despite her pallor, Thayer recognized her immediately from the village descriptions and his own dreams. Eirian Vale, the Witch of White Pine, the Fire Child. She looked up as his shadow fell across her, fear flashing in her amber eyes. Her free hand rose defensively, and to Thayer's astonishment, golden flames flickered weakly at her fingertips. "Stay back," she warned, her voice strained with pain. Thayer realized what he must look like to her: a church brother in his dark robes, the emblem of the sacred flame embroidered on his sleeve. Hunter of her kind. Slowly, he raised empty hands. "I mean you no harm." "You're with them," she accused. "The ones who attacked us." "I wear their robes," Thayer acknowledged, "but I no longer share their purpose." Her flames sputtered out as pain overtook her. Blood continued to seep between her fingers. "You're wounded," he said unnecessarily. "Let me help." "Why would you help me?" A fair question, one Thayer had asked himself repeatedly during his solitary journey. The answer came more easily than expected: "Because I've seen enough destruction in the name of faith." He knelt beside her, opening his travel satchel. "I was a healer, before I was an inquisitor's assistant." Suspicion still clouded her eyes, but pain and blood loss left her few options. She allowed him to examine the wound, a deep slash across her ribs where a militant's blade had found its mark. "Your companion?" Thayer asked as he cleaned the wound with water from his flask. "Fen led them away," she said, wincing as he applied pressure to stop the bleeding. told me to hide until he returned. The church militants are persistent hunters, Thayer remarked. Your friend takes a great risk. He's protected me since the beginning. Loyalty and worry colored her voice, though I don't understand why. Thayer prepared a poultice of herbs he'd gathered during his travels, knowledge gleaned from the monastery's healing texts. As he worked, he noticed an amber pendant around Eirian's neck, remarkably similar to his own. That pendant, he said, nodding toward it. Where did you get it? Her hand moved protectively to the amber. From friends. It helps me control things. The fire, Thayer stated, not a question. Eirian tensed, prepared for rejection or accusation. Instead, Thayer reached beneath his robes and withdrew his own pendant, a fragment of amber with a golden leaf suspended within. I found this in a ruined temple, he explained. Since wearing it, I've dreamed of you. Her eyes widened. The Temple of the 9 Pillars? You were there when it burned? Shame colored Thayer's face. I was, though I argued against its destruction. You didn't prevent it either, she said sharply. No, he admitted. I failed in that, as I've failed in many things lately. He finished binding her wound with clean linen. The bleeding has stopped, but you need rest. The wound will reopen if you push yourself too hard. A twig snapped nearby. In an instant, Thayer was on his feet, positioning himself between Eirian and the potential threat. A tall man with silver-streaked dark hair emerged from the trees, a drawn hunting knife in one hand. His gray eyes assessed Thayer with cold calculation. Step away from her, he commanded. Fen! Eirian called. Wait, he helped me. Fen Morin, for Thayer recognized the name from village reports, didn't lower his blade. He wears church robes and carries a church conscience that grows heavier by the day. Thayer replied steadily. I'm Brother Thayer of Creven Monastery, former assistant to Inquisitor Cress. Former? Fen's suspicion was palpable. I've separated from the main hunting party, Thayer explained. My questions about our mission were unwelcome. Questions like what? Like whether we're truly serving the sacred flame by destroying knowledge and persecuting those different from ourselves. Thayer met Fen's gaze directly. I found Eirian wounded and treated her. I could have captured her. I chose not to. Fen studied him for a long moment before slowly lowering his knife. The militants? I circled back, Fen replied. Led them into the bramble marsh. They'll be occupied for hours. He knelt beside Eirian, examining Thayer's bandaging with a practiced eye. Good work. Monastery training? 8 years in the healing ward before Father Ammius selected me for this mission. Thayer watched as Fen helped Eirian to her feet. Where will you go now? North, Fen answered shortly. Thank you for your assistance, brother. We'll manage from here. The North Road is heavily patrolled, Thayer said quickly. Church militants have established checkpoints at every crossing. Fen paused. How do you know this? I've been monitoring their movements since leaving Cress's party. Thayer hesitated, then committed to his course. I also know their ultimate plan. They're preparing a pyre at Hollow's End. A pyre? Eirian whispered, face paling further. A public execution, Thayer confirmed grimly. Father Ammius has ordered a spectacle, one that will remind the people of the Church's power and the fate of those who practice forbidden arts. He needs a witch to burn, Fen concluded, and Eirian is to be the example. Yes. Thayer met Eirian's frightened gaze. But Father Ammius doesn't just want any witch. He specifically named the fire child in his orders, as if he knew of her importance beyond simple heresy. Fen and Eirian exchanged a significant look that Thayer couldn't interpret. You know why, don't you? He asked. Why a simple village girl who accidentally manifested power has drawn such focused attention from the highest levels of the Church. If I told you, your crisis of faith would only deepen, Fen replied. My faith isn't in crisis, Thayer said firmly. It's evolving. There's a difference. Eirian, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "He deserves to know, Fen. He saved my life when he could have claimed a reward." After a moment's consideration, Fen nodded. "Not here. These woods have too many ears. We have a shelter prepared nearby, if you're truly committed to this path, Brother Thayer." "I am," Thayer said, surprising himself with his certainty. The shelter proved to be a cave, whose entrance was concealed by a natural curtain of vines and moss. Inside, evidence of preparation was visible: stored provisions, waterskins, and bedrolls arranged around a small fire pit. Once Eirian was settled comfortably, Fen rekindled the fire. Thayer noticed how he used flint and steel rather than asking Eirian to light it. A protective gesture, ensuring she didn't strain her wounded side with magic. "You want truth, monk?" Fen asked bluntly. "Here it is. Eirian isn't just a girl who accidentally discovered magic. She's Nightborn, a descendant of the most powerful flame wielders in Ashroot's history. More specifically, she carries the Hollow Flame, the last pure essence of magic saved from the Great Purge." Thayer's theological training warred with what he was hearing. The Nightborn were exterminated generations ago. The church records are clear. "The church records are propaganda," Fen countered. "Some escaped, some hid, some, like my grandparents, fought back." "Your grandparents? Elira and Thorn Morin, the last true guardians of Blackridge Hollow." Pride and pain mingled in Fen's voice. "They died protecting what your church sought to destroy, the balance between worlds." Thayer's hand moved unconsciously to the amber pendant. "The temple where I found this was one of many sacred sites built to maintain that balance," Fen confirmed. "Places where the veil between worlds is thinnest." "And the prophecy?" Thayer asked, remembering passages from his forbidden manuscript. "The one about fire and ice?" Both Fen and Eirian stared at him in shock. "How do you know about that?" Eirian demanded. Thayer reached into his robes and withdrew the ancient text he'd smuggled from Creven's archives. "I found this before leaving the monastery. It speaks of the Nightborn, the Hollow, and a prophecy concerning elemental balance." Fen took the manuscript with reverent hands. "This was thought lost during the first purges. Where was it hidden?" "Behind texts on heretical practices, the last place anyone would look for truth." Thayer watched as Fen carefully examined the fragile pages. "Is it true? Is Eirian part of this prophecy?" "Half of it," Eirian answered quietly. "The fire half. Somewhere in Ashroot, there's a girl with ice in her veins instead of flame. Together, we're supposed to either save the world or destroy it. Depending on whether we achieve balance," Fen added, returning the manuscript to Thayer. "That's what the church truly fears. Not just magic returning to the world, but magic beyond their control." The pieces assembled in Thayer's mind. Father Ammias's unusual interest in this specific hunt, the urgency behind the public execution plans, the ancient warnings in his stolen text. "The church knows the prophecy," he realized. "That's why they want you publicly executed, Eirian. Not just to kill you, but to prevent the prophecy from unfolding." "Exactly," Fen confirmed. "Kill one half, and the balance can never be achieved." Thayer sat back, absorbing the magnitude of what he'd learned. Everything he'd been taught, the righteousness of the church's mission, the evil of magical practices, was being systematically dismantled. "If what you say is true," he said slowly, "then the church I've served has been perpetuating a lie for generations." "Not a lie," Eirian offered unexpectedly. "A fear, and fear makes people do terrible things." Her compassion, extended even to those who hunted her, struck Thayer deeply. This was the dangerous witch the church sought to burn? This wounded girl who spoke with such insight? He made his decision. "I can't return to them," he said firmly. "Not with what I know now. If you'll have me, I want to help you." "Why?" Fen asked, still suspicious. "Because I pledged my life to serving the truth and protecting the innocent." Thayer's voice strengthened with conviction. "If the church has forgotten that purpose, then I must find it elsewhere." "It won't be easy," Eirian warned. We're hunted from all sides, and I'm still learning to control what's inside me. Nothing worthwhile is ever easy, Thayer replied. Then to Fen. I have knowledge that could help you, routes through Ashroot that avoid church patrols, details of their plans, and perhaps, most importantly, the ability to move among them without suspicion. Fen considered this. You'd betray your brothers? I'd honor the true purpose of my vows, Thayer corrected. To protect, not persecute. To understand, not destroy. After a long moment, Fen nodded. We leave at first light, north, toward the ice peaks. If your information proves reliable, perhaps we'll reconsider your status from temporary ally to trusted companion. It was more than Thayer had hoped for. Thank you. That night, as Eirian slept and Fen kept watch outside, Thayer studied his forbidden manuscript by firelight. The passages about the prophecy seemed to burn with new significance. When fire and ice align in perfect measure, the veil shall thin between the worlds. What passes through may heal or harm, as balance tips on choices made. He closed the book, watching the sleeping form of Eirian Vale, this girl upon whose shoulders such prophecy rested. In sleep, she looked impossibly young and vulnerable for one carrying such power and responsibility. I will protect you, he whispered, a vow to her and to himself, even from those I once called brothers. Outside, snow began to fall, unusually heavy for the season. Thayer didn't yet know it, but far to the east, a girl with violet eyes and frost at her fingertips was also moving northward, guided by a compass whose needle pointed unerringly toward the fire in Eirian's heart. The prophecy was unfolding, just as it had been written centuries before. Chapter 11. The Guardian Reborn. Deepened around the travelers as they fled through the high mountain pass. The distant horns of church militants echoed against stone walls, each call closer than the last. Eirian struggled to keep pace, her body still weakened from the magical backlash at Frostmere ruins. We need to rest, Thayer insisted as Eirian stumbled for the third time. She can't continue like this. And they won't stop hunting, Lilies countered, her breath clouding in the frigid air. My father is relentless when ordered to pursue. Fen scouted ahead, returning with grim news. The pass narrows half a mile forward. Perfect place for an ambush. And behind us? Thayer asked. At least 2 hunting parties, converging rapidly. Eirian leaned against a boulder, frustration burning alongside exhaustion. I won't be the reason you're all captured. She looked at her hands that held destructive power she still couldn't fully control. Perhaps I should face them alone, draw them away while you escape. Absolutely not, Lilies said sharply. We've only just found each other. The prophecy might be nothing more than ancient hope, Eirian finished. We tried at Frostmere. We failed. We weren't ready, Lilies insisted. But we will be. Fen studied the surrounding peaks, calculation in his eyes. There's another way, not marked on church maps. He pointed to a nearly invisible trail winding up a sheer cliff face. A night-born path, used by my grandparents during the Great Purge. It leads to the hallowed cairn. A sacred site? Thayer asked. The most sacred, Fen confirmed, where Alira performed her final ritual. Eirian felt her pendant warm at the mention of Alira's name. Can we reach it before they find us? If we move now, Fen replied. But the climb is treacherous. They began their ascent as night fully claimed the mountains. The trail was barely wider than a footprint in places, winding between sharp outcroppings and across ice-slick stone. Far below, torches appeared in the main pass, church militants spreading out in their search. They'll never find this path, Lilies whispered. It's protected by old magic. Magic your father might sense, Fen reminded her. Lilies' expression hardened. My father taught me to hide before he taught me to walk. He won't sense anything unless I wish it. Eirian marveled at the contradiction that was Lilies Ashthorn, daughter of an inquisitor, wielder of forbidden ice magic, raised in secrecy by the very church that would execute her for existing. Their shared vision had created understanding between them, but so much remained unknown about each other. The climb seemed endless. Eirian's limbs trembled with exhaustion, her breath coming in painful gasps as the air thinned. The pendant at her throat grew uncomfortably hot, as if responding to their proximity to another sacred place. "Just ahead," Fen encouraged. "The entrance is hidden between those twin spires." As they neared the spires, two needle-like projections of black stone, Eirian felt a strange dissonance in her perception. The space between the spires appeared solid, yet somehow permeable, like fabric rippling in unfelt wind. "The veil is thin here," Lilies noted, violet eyes wide in the darkness. "Can you feel it?" Eirian nodded. The power within her stirred restlessly, reaching toward the disturbance like iron to a lodestone. Fen placed his hand against the seemingly solid stone between the spires. "Blood of the hollow, acknowledge your guardian," he murmured, words taught to him by his grandmother, he'd once explained. The stone rippled, then parted like mist, revealing a narrow passage beyond. "Quickly!" Fen urged, ushering them through. "It will close behind us." One by one they passed through the opening. Eirian went last, and as she stepped across the threshold, a shock of recognition passed through her body. The flame sigil on her arm burned white-hot, though her clothes remained unscorched. The passage closed behind them, sealing out the night and their pursuers. They found themselves in a roughly circular chamber, carved directly from the mountain's heart. 9 alcoves lined the walls, each containing a stone sculpture weathered beyond recognition. At the center stood a raised dais with a shallow basin filled with clear water that glowed with soft blue light. "The hallowed cairn," Fen announced, his voice hushed with reverence. "Last refuge of the Nightborn elders." Thayer turned slowly, taking in the ancient space. "This predates the church, perhaps all of recorded history." "It predates human memory," Lilies corrected. "The frost spirits speak of this place as existing before our kind walked these lands." Eirian approached the glowing basin, drawn by some instinct she couldn't name. The water within rippled at her proximity, though no wind stirred the still air of the chamber. "Careful," Fen warned. "The basin connects directly to the hollow. It's not merely water you see." Exhaustion forgotten, Eirian gazed into the luminous liquid. Within its depths, she glimpsed shifting images, forests she'd never walked, mountains unlike any in Ashroot, strange creatures moving through landscapes both familiar and alien. "What is this?" she whispered. "A window," Fen explained. "Sometimes a door, for those with the proper key." The pendant at Eirian's throat pulsed with golden light, responding to the basin's blue glow. Without conscious thought, she removed the amber piece and held it over the water. "Eirian," Thayer began, but Lilies placed a restraining hand on his arm. "Let her," Lilies said softly. "This is her path." The pendant dangled from Eirian's fingers, spinning slowly above the glowing water. As it turned, golden light spread from it, intermingling with the basin's blue radiance. When the two lights fully merged, a perfect purple glow filled the chamber. The world around Eirian faded. The faces of her companions blurred and dissolved. She felt herself falling, though her body remained upright beside the basin. Falling through light, through time, through the veil itself, she stood in a forest unlike any she'd ever seen. Trees towered hundreds of feet overhead, their trunks wider than houses, their leaves shimmering with golden light. The air felt different, heavier, richer, with unfamiliar scents and sounds. "Welcome, daughter." Eirian turned to find a woman watching her from beside a crystalline stream. Though they had never met, Eirian recognized her instantly, Alira Morin, as she had appeared in her prime. Copper hair cascaded down her back, and her amber eyes, so like Eirian's own, held wisdom beyond mortal years. "This isn't real," Eirian said, though the grass beneath her feet felt solid enough. "It is and isn't," Alira replied, her voice melodious yet powerful. "We stand in the hollow, the space between worlds where reality bends to perception." "Am I dead?" Elira laughed, the sound like distant bells. Far from it. Your physical body remains in the cairn. Your essence, what some call soul, has temporarily crossed the veil. How? The pendant. My granddaughter Ceres crafted it as a key, one that would recognize her bloodline. Elira gestured for Eirian to join her by the stream. I've waited a long time for you, child. Eirian approached cautiously. You've been here all this time, since your death. Time moves differently in the Hollow. What feels like centuries in your world passes like seasons here. Elira studied Eirian's face with unnerving intensity. You look so much like her, my daughter Ceres. The same fire in your eyes. Too much fire, Eirian admitted. I can barely control it. Because you fight it rather than understand it. Elira dipped her fingers in the stream. Where she touched, the water briefly turned to liquid gold. Fire is not merely destruction, Eirian. It is transformation, purification, renewal. It burned a granary. It nearly killed a child. Because you called it in fear and anger. Elira's expression softened. Like calls to like. Fear summons consuming flame. Love calls healing fire. Eirian sank onto a moss-covered stone beside the stream. The prophecy speaks of balance between fire and ice. Lilies and I tried, but our powers spiraled beyond control, as they will continue to do until you understand your true purpose. Elira rose, extending her hand. Walk with me. There is much to show you and little time. They followed the stream deeper into the impossible forest. Creatures watched them from the undergrowth, beings neither animal nor human, with eyes that held ancient intelligence. The first ones, Elira explained, noting Eirian's curiosity. They dwelled in both worlds before the veil formed. Some chose to remain in the Hollow rather than choose a single realm. What caused the veil? Fear. Always fear. Sadness tinged Elira's voice. When humans first displayed magical abilities, those without such gifts grew frightened. They couldn't understand that power is merely a tool, neither good nor evil in itself. They emerged from the forest into a vast clearing dominated by 9 standing stones, perfect twins to the weathered remnants at Frostmere. This is where it began, Elira said, where the first Nightborn discovered they could draw power across the veil, where they learned to channel elemental forces through their bodies. She led Eirian to the center of the circle. Stand here. Eirian obeyed and immediately felt power surge through her, different from her familiar fire, yet somehow its source. Pure, untainted magical essence flowed up from the ground beneath her feet, through her body and out through her fingertips as golden light. This is what you carry, Elira explained. Not just fire, but the primordial force that creates and sustains worlds. The hollow flame, magic in its purest form. It's beautiful, Eirian whispered, watching the light dance around her hands without burning or consuming. And terrible in its potential. Elira's expression grew serious. Which brings us to why I've called you here. The choice you must make. What choice? Elira gestured, and the standing stones began to glow with inner light. Images formed between them, visions of possible futures. In one, Eirian stood atop a mountain, fire erupting from her in all directions, reshaping the landscape according to her will. People knelt before her in fear and awe. Power, Elira named it. The path of dominance, fire unchecked, can remake the world. You could rule instead of serving, command instead of requesting. In another vision, Eirian stood with lilies, their powers perfectly balanced as they maintained a shimmering doorway between worlds. Around them, others worked in harmony, wielding lesser magics, healing, teaching, building. Purpose, Elira said. The path of guardianship, maintaining balance between worlds, protecting both from corruption, guiding rather than commanding. The visions faded, leaving Eirian contemplative. This is my choice? Power or purpose? It has always been the choice, Elira confirmed. Every flame wielder faces it eventually. Many choose power, The seductive voice that urges more, always more. Few choose purpose. Which did you choose? Purpose, Eira replied without hesitation, though I was tempted, especially when the church slaughtered my husband, my friends, my people. The desire for vengeance nearly consumed me. What stopped you? Neria, Lily's ancestor. She reminded me that our power wasn't granted for retribution, but for restoration. Eira's eyes held ancient sorrow. We were the last, she and I, the final guardians of a dying tradition. We sealed the hollow rather than let its power be corrupted or destroyed. Leaving the task for Lily's and me, Eirian concluded, if you choose it. Eira stepped closer, placing her hands on Eirian's shoulders. Power offers quick results, immediate satisfaction. Purpose requires patience, sacrifice, vision beyond self. Eirian thought of her journey, from frightened village girl to fugitive, from ignorance to partial understanding. She thought of Rowan, who had raised her with love despite the danger she represented. Of Fen, who had protected her at great personal cost. Of Thayer, who had abandoned his life's certainty to follow a greater truth. Of Lily's, her opposite and complement, seeking balance rather than dominance. I choose purpose, she said firmly. I choose to guard, not rule. Relief washed across Eira's face. Then receive what I can give you. She placed her hands on either side of Eirian's face. Golden light flowed from her fingers, not entering Eirian, but rather awakening something already present within her. Knowledge unfolded in Eirian's mind. Techniques for channeling fire with precision, methods for drawing power safely across the veil, understanding of the delicate balance between worlds. More than mere information, it was wisdom earned through generations of guardianship. When Eira withdrew her hands, Eirian felt fundamentally changed, not in her essence, but in her relationship to the power she carried. The fire still burns within you, Eira said, but now you understand its true nature, not merely to destroy, but to transform, not to consume, but to purify. Healing flame, Eirian whispered, feeling the difference in how the power moved through her veins, no longer chaotic and demanding, but ordered and responsive. Yes, Eira smiled. You are the fire guardian reborn, Eirian Vale. Last of my line, carrier of our legacy. The forest around them began to fade, the colors leaching away as reality reasserted itself. Our time ends, Eira said regretfully. The veil pulls you back to your world. Will I see you again? Eirian asked, suddenly reluctant to leave. Perhaps, when your work is complete. Eira's form grew translucent. Remember, balance is key. Fire and ice, creation and preservation. Neither can dominate if the worlds are to heal. What of the church? Those who hunt us? Some will never accept what they cannot control. Others may yet see truth when it stands before them. Eira's voice grew fainter. Trust, Lilies. Trust yourself. The path unfolds as it must. As the hollow dissolved around her, Eira spoke a final message. When you return, you'll face an immediate test of your new understanding. Remember, fire can heal what it once would have destroyed. Eirian gasped, her consciousness slamming back into her body with jarring force. She staggered, the pendant falling from her fingers into the basin, with a splash that seemed impossibly loud in the quiet chamber. Eirian! Thayer's concerned voice reached her as if through water. Are you all right? She blinked, adjusting to physical reality once more. How long had she been gone? Seconds? Hours? Her companions surrounded her, their faces etched with concern. I'm changed, she managed, her voice hoarse. Before anyone could question her further, a commotion came from the passage they had used to enter the cairn. The stone barrier was dissolving, admitting 5 crimson-robed figures. Church militants, led by a tall man with a silver-streaked beard and cold eyes. Father, Lilis whispered, stepping forward protectively. Inquisitor Alaric Ashthorne surveyed the chamber with sharp assessment, his gaze lingering first on his daughter, then on Eirian. So, he said, his voice surprisingly gentle despite the drawn sword in his hand. The Fire Child and the Ice Child together at last, exactly as the prophecy foretold. The militants spread out, weapons ready. Thayer moved to stand beside Eirian, while Fen drew his hunting knife, a pitiful defense against their adversaries' swords. "Father, please," Lilies pleaded. "You promised me time." "Time has run out, daughter." Genuine regret colored Alaric's words. "Father Amius himself now leads the hunt. I cannot protect you if I do not bring you in myself." "You mean to betray your own child?" Fen demanded. "I mean to save her," Alaric corrected. "There are ways to survive the Church's justice if one has allies within its ranks." "And Eirian?" Thayer asked. "What of her?" Alaric's expression hardened. "The Fire Child must face judgment. The prophecy is clear on the danger she represents." "You've read only what the Church preserved," Thayer argued. "Fragments deliberately misinterpreted." While they argued, Eirian centered herself, recalling Illyra's final words. "Fire can heal what it once would have destroyed." She understood now what that meant. One of the militants had moved closer to Lilies, sword raised. "Step away from the witch, Inquisitor's daughter or not," he commanded. "No," Lilies replied, frost forming around her fingertips. The militant lunged, not at Lilies, but at Eirian, clearly deemed the greater threat. His blade slashed across Thayer's arm as the former monk moved to intercept, drawing a cry of pain and a spray of blood. The sight of Thayer's wound triggered Eirian's power, but differently than before. Instead of erupting in defensive rage, the fire responded to her focused intent. She extended her hand, and golden flame flowed like water from her fingertips, surrounding Thayer's arm without burning him. Where the fire touched, blood ceased flowing. Torn flesh knit together before everyone's astonished eyes. "Impossible," Alaric breathed. The militant who had struck Thayer stepped back in confusion, his sword wavering. Eirian maintained the healing flame until Thayer's wound was fully closed, leaving not even a scar. Then she turned to face Inquisitor Alaric directly. "This is the true nature of the hollow flame," she said, her voice steadier and more confident than it had ever been. "Not destruction, but transformation. Not vengeance, but healing." To demonstrate, she extended her hand again. Golden fire formed above her palm, perfectly controlled, warm rather than burning, illuminating rather than consuming. "The Church teaches that all magic corrupts," Eirian continued, "but corruption comes from intent, not power. Fire can burn or purify. The choice belongs to its wielder." Alaric stared at the gentle flame with undisguised wonder. Throughout his career hunting witches, he had never witnessed magic used for healing rather than harm. "Father," Lily said softly, moving to stand beside Eirian, "this is what I tried to tell you. The prophecy isn't about destruction, it's about restoration." To demonstrate their unity, Lilies extended her hand beside Eirian's. Frost crystals formed in her palm, merging with Eirian's flame without conflict. Where the elements met, they created a perfect harmony, neither dominating, both transformed into something greater than either alone. "Balance," Eirian explained. "Fire and ice, creation and preservation. This is what Illyra and Neria sought centuries ago, before fear turned your church against them." Alaric's sword lowered slightly. "Illyra and Neria," he repeated. "You know those names?" "Our ancestors," Lilies confirmed. "The last guardians before us." For a long moment, Alaric stood frozen in indecision, torn between duty and revelation. The other militants looked to him for direction, their own certainty shaken by what they had witnessed. Finally, Alaric sheathed his sword. "Stand down," he ordered his men. "Inquisitor?" one questioned. "I said stand down." Authority filled Alaric's voice. "What we face here is not what we were led to believe." Tension still filled the chamber, but the immediate threat of violence had passed. Eirian maintained the balanced demonstration of power with lilies, showing the militants a truth that contradicted everything they'd been taught. "You realize what this means," Fen said to Alaric. "If you let us go, you become a traitor to your church." "Perhaps," Alaric conceded. "Or perhaps the church has strayed from its original purpose." He looked at his daughter with mingled pride and concern. "I protected lilies because I recognized truth when I held it in my arms. I cannot now deny the same truth when it stands before me." He turned to his men. "What you've witnessed here remains in this chamber. Outside, you will report that the fugitives evaded us in the high pass." "And Father Amias?" one asked. "I will deal with Amias," Alaric said grimly. "There are others in the church hierarchy who remember the original teachings, that the sacred flame represents transformation, not destruction." He approached Eirian cautiously. "You truly control it now." "I understand it now," she corrected. "Control follows understanding." "Then perhaps there is hope." He turned to Lilies. "For all of us." As tension gradually eased in the chamber, Eirian felt a profound shift in her perception of her power and her place in the world. The fire within her had not diminished. If anything, it burned brighter than before. But now it answered to her purpose rather than her fear, her intention rather than her emotion. She was no longer merely Eirian Vale, accidental witch. She was Eirian the Fire Guardian, reborn to a legacy older than the church that had hunted her. Looking at Lilies, she saw understanding in those violet eyes. The same transformation had begun within the Ice Wielder. Together, they had taken the first true step toward fulfilling the prophecy, not as enemies, but as partners, not for power, but for purpose. The Guardian was reborn.
Chapter 12. The Betrayer's Flame. 5 days after the encounter in the hallowed cairn, Eirian sat beside a campfire in a sheltered grove, practicing the techniques Eilira had shared. Golden flame danced between her fingers, forming intricate patterns that illuminated the night without burning the surrounding foliage. Her control had grown remarkably since her transformation, though maintaining it required constant focus. Alaric had escorted them safely from the mountains, using his authority to redirect other church patrols. But they had parted ways 2 days ago, he to return to his duties with promises to work from within the church, Lilies choosing to remain with Eirian to further explore their connected destinies. "Your control improves daily," Fen remarked, returning from scouting the perimeter. "Eilira would be proud." Eirian smiled, allowing the flame to dissolve. "The fire hasn't changed. I have." Their small camp held an atmosphere of cautious optimism. Thea sat nearby, studying his forbidden texts with new understanding. Lilies had withdrawn to meditate beside a small stream, frost patterns forming and dissolving around her in crystalline harmony. "We should reach Northaven by midday tomorrow," Fen announced, unfolding a worn map. "An old ally of mine maintains an inn there. Jorith Blackwell. He fought alongside my parents during the last days of resistance. He'll shelter us while we plan our next steps." "Can he be trusted?" Thea asked, looking up from his reading. A shadow crossed Fen's face. "He risked his life to save mine when the hollow fell. If anyone can be trusted, it's Jorith." Lilies returned from the stream, her expression troubled. Frost clung to her pale hair despite the relative warmth of the evening. "Something disturbs the balance," she said without preamble. "I feel it in the currents between worlds." "What do you mean?" Eirian asked, noting how the other girl's hands trembled slightly. "The veil." Lilies hesitated. "It's changing. Thinning in places, thickening in others, as if responding to external pressure." "The church?" Thea suggested. "Or something else," Fen said grimly. "Something awakened by your encounter at Frostmere. All the more reason to reach Northaven quickly. Jorith maintains records of veil fluctuations, a tradition passed down from Nightborn scholars. As they prepared for sleep, Eirian noticed Lilies' discomfort intensifying. Frost spread unconsciously from her bedroll, crackling across fallen leaves. "Are you all right?" Eirian whispered when the others had drifted off. Lilies' violet eyes gleamed in the darkness. I hear whispers, she admitted. Since Frostmere. Voices from the other side. Calling. Eirian recognized the description, similar to the seductive voice she had once heard urging her toward greater destruction. The corruption? Perhaps. Lilies rubbed her arms as if perpetually cold. My father warned that ice magic carries its own temptation, not chaos like fire, but perfect stillness, the cessation of feeling, the end of pain. And that appeals to you? Eirian asked carefully. More than I want to admit. Lily's voice dropped lower. We speak of balance, but what if some imbalance is inevitable? What if one element must eventually dominate? Elira believed otherwise, Eirian reminded her. True harmony is possible. Lily's nodded, but doubt lingered in her expression. Rest. I'll take first watch. Sleep came uneasily to Eirian that night, her dreams troubled by visions of ice overtaking fire, of balance tipping irrevocably in one direction. Pause then with renewed energy. Northaven emerged from morning mist as they crested a wooded hill, a town larger than White Pine but small enough to escape significant church attention. Built where 3 trading routes converged, its architecture blended frontier practicality with touches of ancient elegance. The Red Ember Inn, Fen said, pointing to a 3-story structure near the town centre. Jorith's place. He named it to honour my grandmother. They entered Northaven cautiously, their appearances altered by Thea's careful disguising. Fen wore a merchant's cap pulled low, concealing his distinctive silver-streaked hair. Thea had exchanged his church robes for common traveller's garb. Eirian and Lily's posed as sisters, their copper and pale blonde hair hidden beneath modest hoods. The Red Ember Inn stood apart from surrounding buildings, its timbers darkened with age, its sign depicting a stylized flame. Inside, the common room bustled with midday activity, traders discussing routes, locals sharing gossip, travellers enjoying a hot meal. Behind the long wooden bar stood a barrel-chested man with a magnificent grey beard and a face mapped with laugh lines. One of his arms ended at the elbow, an old injury partially concealed by a folded sleeve. Jorith, Fen murmured. Follow my lead. They approached the bar, waiting until the innkeeper noticed them. When Jorith's eyes fell on Fen, complex emotions flashed across his weathered face, recognition, shock, and something less definable. By all the forgotten gods, he breathed, voice barely audible above the inn's chatter. Fenwick Moran. Hello, old friend, Fen replied with genuine warmth. We seek shelter and counsel. Jorith's gaze swept over their companions, lingering on Eirian and Lily's with evident understanding. The back room, he instructed. I'll join you shortly. They followed his direction to a private dining chamber behind the kitchen. Once inside, Fen's posture relaxed visibly. We're safe here, he assured them. Jorith has maintained this place as a haven for those with Nightborn connections since the Great Purge. He recognized what Eirian and Lily's are, Thea observed. He would. Fen traced a pattern on the wooden table, an intricate symbol resembling interlocked flames. Jorith was a lawkeeper before he became an innkeeper, one of the few who memorized the prophecies in their entirety. The door opened to admit Jorith, carrying a tray laden with food and drink. He secured the latch behind him before turning to face them fully. 20 years, he said to Fen, his voice a complex mixture of accusation and relief. 20 years since you walked away from everything your family stood for. I never walked away, Fen replied evenly. I chose a different path of preservation. So you said then, Jorith set down the tray. And now you return with the prophesied pair. Interesting timing. He studied Eirian and Lily's with shrewd assessment. The bloodlines reunite, fire and ice in harmony at last. His weathered face broke into an unexpected smile. Elira would be beside herself with joy. You knew my grandmother well? Eirian asked. I fought at her side until the end, Jorith confirmed. Losing this arm in the process. He gestured to his missing limb. A price gladly paid, though our effort failed. It didn't fail, Lily said quietly. It was merely delayed. Jorith's expression softened. You have Neria's eyes, child. The same determination. They shared the meal Jorith had brought, exchanging information freely in the safety of the private room. Eirian explained her transformation at the hallowed cairn, while Fen detailed their encounters with church militants and Alaric's unexpected alliance. Alaric Ashthorn, Jorith mused. I remember when he was a zealous young hunter, certain of his righteousness. People can change, it seems. Some can, Thea agreed. Others remain entrenched in dangerous dogma. As the conversation continued, Eirian noticed Lily's growing increasingly withdrawn. Frost formed and melted repeatedly around her cup, an unconscious manifestation of inner turmoil. You need rest, Jorith declared when their meal concluded. I've prepared rooms on the upper floor, away from curious eyes. We'll speak more tonight, after the common folk have retired. He led them up a narrow staircase to a secluded corridor. These rooms have sheltered Nightborn descendants for generations, he explained, opening doors to reveal modest but comfortable chambers. The walls are lined with blackthorn wood. It disrupts magical detection. Eirian and Lily's were given a shared room, while Fen and Thea took adjacent chambers. Once alone, Eirian turned to her counterpart with concern. The whispers have grown worse, haven't they? Lily sat heavily on one of the beds, frost immediately spreading across the blankets. They're no longer whispers, she admitted. They're commands. Her violet eyes met Eirian's, fear evident in their depths. Something crossed through when we joined powers at Frostmere, something cold and ancient that recognizes me as kin. Have you told the others? How can I? Desperation edged Lily's voice. Fen already distrusts me for being an inquisitor's daughter. If he knew something was corrupting my power from within. Eirian sat beside her, ignoring the cold that immediately seeped through her clothing. Whatever it is, we'll face it together. Balance, remember? Your ice, my fire, neither dominating. For a moment Lily's seemed comforted. Then frost erupted from her hands unbidden, coating the entire bed in a thick layer of ice that crackled as it expanded. It's getting stronger, she whispered. I need to be alone, to meditate, find my center again. Are you sure? Please, Eirian. The plea was genuine. I've controlled this my entire life. I just need space. Reluctantly, Eirian agreed, leaving to join Fen and Thea in discussing plans with Joreth. Her concern for Lily's lingered, but she respected the other girl's request for solitude. Voice deepens with gravity. Evening found them gathered in Joreth's private study, a room hidden behind a sliding bookcase in his personal quarters. Shelves lined every wall, filled with texts that would have earned a death sentence if discovered by church authorities. The sacred histories, Thea breathed, examining titles with scholarly reverence. The Elemental Codex, the Prophecies of the Nine. I thought these were all destroyed. Many were, Jorith confirmed. These are copies, painstakingly recreated from memory by survivors. He removed a large volume bound in midnight blue leather, including this, the complete chronicle of the Nightborn, from first awakening to final stand. He placed it on a central table where Fen had spread their maps. What troubles me is the timing of your arrival, Jorith continued. 3 days ago, church militants began gathering in unusual numbers at Crevin Monastery. That's where I was stationed, Thea said, alarmed, before joining the witch hunt. They're planning something significant, Jorith confirmed. My sources report Father Amias himself has taken residence there, with nearly 100 armed militants at his command. 100? Fen's expression darkened. That's not a routine purge. That's an army. Precisely. Jorith traced a route on their map. They're positioned to strike anywhere in Ashroot Valley within a day's march, including Northaven. A heavy silence fell as they contemplated this threat. There's more, Jorith added grimly. Rumours speak of a new weapon, something the church calls witchbane. A method of detecting magical signatures at distance. Is that possible? Eirian asked, alarmed. Theoretically, Thea replied. The forbidden texts mentioned church experimentations with artifacts from the hollow, items that respond to magical energy. If they've succeeded, Fen concluded, nowhere in Ashroot will be truly safe. As they discussed potential routes and safe havens, Eirian felt increasingly uneasy about Lilys' absence. I should check on her, she said finally, rising from her chair. Let her rest, Fen advised. Our ice wielders often retreat into meditative isolation to maintain control. Reluctantly, Eirian rejoined their planning. Hours passed as they debated options, Jorith's extensive knowledge of hidden paths proving invaluable. Eventually, they settled on a route through the Western Mountains, a challenging journey, but one that might lead to a legendary Nightborn sanctuary beyond church influence. Get some sleep, Jorith suggested as midnight approached. I'll wake you before dawn. The earlier you depart, the better your chances of avoiding attention. Eirian returned to her room, expecting to find Lilys asleep or deep in meditation. Instead, the chamber was empty. Frost patterns crystallized across the floor and walls. Alarmed, she checked the adjoining washroom, then the corridor outside. No sign of the ice wielder. When she returned to Jorith's study with news of Lilys' disappearance, Fen's expression hardened. We need to search the inn, he declared. Immediately. They split up, checking every corner of the establishment. The common room had emptied of patrons, the hour being well past midnight. Only a solitary figure remained, a hooded man nursing a drink in the shadows. As Eirian approached to ask about Lilys, the man raised his head. Recognition struck her like a physical blow. Brother Cress, she gasped, backing away instinctively. The inquisitor's cruel smile emerged from beneath his hood. The fire child, he acknowledged. How convenient. Eirian's hand moved to the amber pendant at her throat, drawing forth her power instinctively. Golden flame danced at her fingertips, controlled, precise, ready. Where is Lilys? She demanded. The Ice Witch? Cress seemed genuinely puzzled. Is she not with you? How interesting. Perhaps the Father of Ice has already claimed her. Before Eirian could question this cryptic statement, the inn's front door burst open. Church militants poured in, crimson robes dark as blood in the lamplight, swords gleaming with lethal promise. Fen, she shouted in warning, backing toward the rear of the common room. Thea! Flame erupted around her in a protective circle, driving back the nearest militants. She could hear fighting from the upper floor, Fen's voice shouting commands, Thea responding. Cress watched her display with clinical interest. Your control has improved, he observed, but it won't save you or your companions. Northaven is surrounded. The church has waited generations for this moment. How did you find us? Eirian demanded, maintaining her flame barrier while searching for an escape route. Cress's smile widened. Your trusted ally provided your location, in exchange for certain assurances. Horror dawned as the implication became clear. Jorith? Preservation is a powerful motivator, Cress confirmed, especially for those who have already lost so much. The betrayal cut deep. Jorith, who had fought alongside Elira, who had lost an arm defending the Nightborn cause, had sold them to the church. Before Eirian could process this revelation, a section of ceiling collapsed as combat raged above. Thea appeared on the staircase, fending off two militants with a borrowed sword, his face streaked with blood. Eirian, run! He shouted. The back door! A crossbow bolt struck him in the shoulder, driving him to his knees. Eirian's protective fire surged in response to her distress, expanding outward in a wave that forced the militants back momentarily. She rushed to Thea's side, supporting him as he struggled to rise. Where's Fen? Trapped upstairs, he gasped, pain evident in every syllable. Jorith led him into an ambush. And Lilys? Gone before the attack began. Thea's eyes met hers with urgent intensity. You need to escape, Eirian. If they capture both you and Lilys, the prophecy ends here. I won't leave you. You must. His voice strengthened with conviction. I'll hold them here. Find Lilys. The balance must be maintained. Before she could protest further, he pushed her toward the kitchen. Go. Now. Heartbreaking, Eirian obeyed. Her last glimpse of Thea showed him rising to face the approaching militants, determination transcending pain as he positioned himself between them and her escape route. She fled through the kitchen and out a rear door, emerging into a narrow alley behind the inn. Church militants patrolled the main street beyond, their torches illuminating the night with ominous red light. Using every technique of fire control Elira had taught her, Eirian cloaked herself in heat haze, a method of bending light around her body to become nearly invisible. She slipped between buildings, heading for the town's edge. The sounds of combat faded behind her, replaced by the rhythmic tread of search parties spreading through North Haven. The betrayal stung bitterly. Jorith had seemed so genuine, his connection to her grandmother's struggle so profound. How could he have surrendered them to Cress? Preservation is a powerful motivator, Cress had said. What had the Church offered? Protection? Immunity? Or had they threatened consequences too terrible to bear? As she reached the outskirts of town, movement caught her eye, a pale figure darting between trees at the forest's edge. Lilies. Dropping her heat haze concealment, Eirian pursued, calling softly to avoid alerting nearby patrols. "Lilies! Wait!" The figure paused, turning to reveal Lilies' face, but changed. Her pale skin now held a blue-white translucence, and frost emanated from her invisible waves. Most alarming were her eyes, still violet, but with a darker presence lurking behind them. "Eirian," her voice emerged as vapor in the cold air her presence generated. "You escaped." "Barely. The inn was attacked. Thea and Fen." Eirian struggled to organize her thoughts. "Jorith betrayed us to the Church." "I know," Lilies replied with disturbing calm. "I felt his decision form. Ice perceives patterns of betrayal before they manifest." "You knew and didn't warn us?" Eirian asked, hurt and confusion mingling. "I tried to reach you, but—" Lilies' expression contorted with internal struggle. "Something's happening to me, Eirian. The ice is changing, growing darker, sharper." She extended her hand, demonstrating. The frost that formed was different from before. Not delicate crystals, but jagged shards that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Where it touched the ground, plants withered instantly. "Death ice," Lilies whispered. "The corruption Elira warned about." Eirian approached cautiously. "We'll fight it together, like we planned." "No," Lily stepped back sharply. "That's why I left. I can feel it trying to reach you through our connection, to extinguish your flame permanently." "What can I do? How can I help?" Tears formed in Lily's eyes, freezing instantly on her cheeks. "You have to protect yourself from me, from what I'm becoming." "I don't understand." "The Father of Ice," Lily's explained, her voice strained with effort. "An entity from beyond the veil, ancient, powerful. When we connected at Frostmere, it sensed me, recognized me as a suitable vessel." Comprehension dawned. "Like the voice I heard urging me toward destruction." "Yes, but stronger. More focused." Lilies wrapped her arms around herself, frost crackling across her clothing. "It wants to corrupt our prophecy, to ensure ice dominates when the hollow opens." "Then we don't open it," Eirian insisted. "We wait. Find another way." "It's too late." Despair clouded Lilies' expression. "Events are in motion. The veil thins regardless of our actions now." In the distance, horns sounded, church patrols coordinating their search. They had little time. "Come with me," Eirian urged. "Whatever this is, we'll face it together." "I can't risk it." Lilies backed away further. "I need to go somewhere isolated, somewhere I can't hurt anyone while I fight this internal battle." "Where?" "Frostmere, where it began." Determination hardened Lily's features. "The ruins contain ancient ice magic that might help me resist. I'm coming with you." "No." Lily's tone brooked no argument. "You must find Thea and Fen, if they still live, then seek the fire archives beneath Crevin Monastery." "The monastery? That's the center of church power." "And built atop the oldest temple to the Flame Guardians," Lily's countered. "The symmetry is intentional. Fire knowledge, hidden beneath fire corruption. The search parties were drawing closer, voices carrying through the night. Their time was running out. "How will I find you again?" Eirian asked desperately. "You'll know." Lilys touched her own chest, indicating her heart. Fire and ice are connected now, despite everything. With shocking swiftness, she grasped Eirian's hands. Where their skin met, opposite elements clashed, fire and ice creating momentary steam. "Promise me something," Lilys demanded, her voice suddenly urgent. "Anything. If I lose this battle, if the dark ice consumes me completely, you must do what Illyra and Neria could not." Her violet eyes bore into Eirian's with terrible intensity. "You must destroy me before I destroy the world." Before Eirian could respond, Lilys released her and fled into the forest. Within seconds, she had vanished into the darkness, leaving only scattered frost crystals drifting to the ground like fallen stars. The search parties were closing in. With a heavy heart, Eirian turned in the opposite direction, using her fire to cloak herself once more. Thea and Fen needed her, if they still lived. And beyond that, the mysterious fire archives awaited beneath enemy territory. As she slipped away into the night, Eirian felt the weight of Lilys's request like a physical burden. How could she possibly fulfill such a promise? To destroy her counterpart, her balance, her friend? Yet the alternative might be worse. The prophecy corrupted, the hollow opened to darkness rather than healing, the world itself at risk. Behind her, Northaven burned, the Red Ember Inn, transformed from sanctuary to pyre, betrayal's flame rising high into the night sky. Voice shifts to convey Thea's determination. Thea fought with desperate intensity, his borrowed sword clashing against church steel with methodical precision. Years of monastery combat training guided his movements, despite the crossbow bolt still lodged in his shoulder. 3 militants lay unmoving around him. Their deaths weighed on his conscience, even as survival instinct drove him forward. These were men he had trained alongside, shared meals with, prayed beside, brothers in faith, if not in blood. "Surrender, Thea," called a familiar voice. "Father Amias offers mercy to those who repent." Brother Daniel, once Thea's closest friend at Crevin, approached with sword lowered in false conciliation. Behind him, more militants waited, weapons ready. "The Church's mercy comes with chains," Thea replied, maintaining his defensive stance. "I've seen its true face now, Daniel. The lies, the manipulation, the fear disguised as righteousness." "Heresy," Daniel responded, though doubt flickered in his eyes. "The witch girl has corrupted your mind." "She healed with her flame," Thea countered, "while the Church burns with its righteousness. Who truly serves the sacred flame's purpose?" His words struck a visible chord. Daniel hesitated, conflict evident in his expression. But behind him, Inquisitor Cress stepped forward, his cold authority erasing any possibility of meaningful dialogue. "Enough talk," Cress commanded. "Take him, alive but subdued. Father Amias will extract the witch girl's location personally." The militants advanced as one, forcing Thea back against the inn's central hearth. His strength was failing, blood loss from his wound sapping his endurance. He prayed Eirian had escaped, that his sacrifice would mean something. As they closed in, Thea made his final choice. Not surrender, not captivity, not torture at Amias's hands. He plunged his sword into the hearth, disturbing embers that scattered across the wooden floor. Decades-old timbers, seasoned with oil and ale, caught instantly. "What are you doing?" Daniel cried in alarm as flames spread with unnatural speed. "Choosing my path," Thea replied with sudden clarity, "as we all must eventually." The fire roared upward, creating a wall between him and his pursuers. Smoke filled the room, driving the militants back towards the entrance. Thea used the distraction to stagger toward the kitchen, not to escape, but to ensure the fire spread beyond control. He would not be taken, would not betray Eirian's location under torture, would not allow the Church to use him as bait. As flames consumed the ancient inn, Thea faced his former brothers across a barrier of fire. He saw their shock, their confusion, their fear. Most of all, he saw their certainty crumbling, as his once had, in the face of convictions stronger than their dogma. "May the true flame judge us all," he declared, before the roof collapsed in a shower of burning timber. Voice shifts to a somber tone for the final scene. In a cell beneath Crevin Monastery, Fen Moran stared at the man who had betrayed them. "Why, Joreth?" he asked, voice raw from smoke and shouting. "After everything you witnessed, everything you fought for." Joreth Blackwell couldn't meet his gaze, his weathered face lined with shame. "They threatened to burn Northaven to the ground. Every man, woman and child." His remaining hand trembled. "I've seen what the church does to those who harbour witches. I couldn't bear that responsibility again. So you sacrificed us instead." "I ensured they would take you alive," Joreth countered weakly. "There's value in survival, Fen. Your grandmother taught me that." "My grandmother died rather than surrender," Fen spat. "She understood some principles transcend mere survival." Guards approached, signalling the end of their conversation. As they led Joreth away, the old innkeeper paused. "The girl escaped," he said quietly. "The Firechild. Perhaps something can yet be salvaged." Fen said nothing. His anger ran too deep for words, his disappointment too profound for expression. Yet beneath these emotions lay something unexpected. Understanding. Hadn't he himself chosen a different path than his parents? Hadn't he walked away from the fight, seeking preservation rather than confrontation? Perhaps Joreth's betrayal mirrored his own, separated only by degree, not kind. As heavy doors closed, leaving him alone in darkness, Fen wondered if Eirian had truly escaped, if Thea had survived, if Lilies had fled before the attack or been captured elsewhere. Most of all, he wondered if the prophecy could endure such fracturing of trust and purpose. In the cold silence of his cell, he began to prepare himself for what was to come. Father Amias would not be gentle in his questioning. The church would use every method to extract information about Eirian's destination, Lilies' whereabouts, the prophecy's details. They would be disappointed. Some secrets were worth dying for. Some betrayals could never be forgiven. Some flames, once extinguished, could never be rekindled. Chapter 13. The Pyre at Hollow's End. 3 days after fleeing Northaven, Eirian crouched in the underbrush overlooking Hollow's End, a modest village nestled in the valley where the ancient seat of Nightborn power once stood. Centuries ago, this had been Blackridge Hollow, heart of magical learning. Now, only this settlement remained, its residents unaware of the sacred ground beneath their homes. Dawnlight filtered through morning mist, illuminating a scene that twisted Eirian's heart. In the village square stood a massive wooden platform surrounded by kindling and oil-soaked straw. Atop it rose a stake, a pyre prepared for public execution. Her execution had events unfolded as the church planned. More disturbing were the figures being marched into the square. A dozen children ranging from 5 to 15 years of age, each bound with rope at the wrists. Church militants positioned them in a semicircle facing the pyre, their small faces pale with fear. Among the militants, Eirian recognized 3 senior inquisitors, including Cress, their crimson robes vibrant against the drab village backdrop. But it was the central figure who commanded attention, an elderly man in elaborate white and gold vestments, his thin face a study in zealous conviction. "Father Amias," she whispered, recognizing the church's highest authority from Thea's descriptions. Most shocking was the prisoner being dragged towards the square. Thea, alive but badly injured. His face was bruised beyond recognition, one eye swollen shut, his movements suggesting broken ribs beneath his tattered robes. "He survived," Eirian breathed, relief mingling with horror at his condition. Guilt surged through her. She had left him at the inn, believing him doomed. Yet here he was, captured rather than killed, suffering for his allegiance to her. She closed her eyes, centering herself as Alira had taught. The fire within responded instantly, flowing through her veins with controlled purpose. No longer chaotic destruction waiting to erupt, but disciplined power ready to serve. I need to get closer, she decided, though every instinct screamed against approaching the church's assembled might. Using techniques refined since her transformation at the hallowed cairn, Eirian cloaked herself in heat distortion. Not true invisibility, but a bending of light that made her difficult to focus upon. She moved silently down the hillside, approaching from behind occupied houses. As she drew nearer, Father Amias's voice carried across the square, thin but powerful, filled with righteous certainty. "The witch girl's fire has corrupted our brother," he proclaimed, gesturing to Thea. "Her evil spreads like contagion through faithful hearts." Eirian positioned herself behind the smithy, close enough to hear while remaining concealed. From here she could see the children more clearly, local villagers, not strangers, hostages taken to ensure community compliance. "Today we will witness cleansing through sacred flame," Amias continued. "Our fallen brother shall be given opportunity to renounce his heresy before joining the witch in judgment." A murmur passed through the gathered villagers, not enthusiasm but fearful acquiescence. Armed militants stood among them, ensuring appropriate responses. "And should the witch girl not be found by midday," Amias added with terrible calm, "these children, who may already carry seeds of her corruption, shall be purified in her stead." Gasps and cries erupted from parents in the crowd, quickly silenced by militant intervention. Thea was forced to his knees before Amias. Even broken and bleeding, dignity remained in his posture. "Renounce your heresy, Brother Thea," Amias commanded. "Reject the witch's teachings and return to the sacred flame's embrace." Thea raised his head with evident pain. "I serve the true flame," he replied, voice hoarse but steady. "Not the fearful fire you've made of it." Amias's face hardened. "So be it." He turned to the militants. "Secure him to the pyre. The witch has until midday. Then we shall witness proper cleansing." As they dragged Thea toward the platform, Eirian's mind raced. She couldn't allow them to burn him or harm the children. Yet charging into the square meant facing dozens of armed militants, plus whatever powers Amias himself might wield. Lily's was gone, battling her own internal darkness at Frostmere. Fen languished in some church prison. She stood alone against the institution that had hunted her kind for centuries. The amber pendant at her throat pulsed with warmth, as if responding to her emotional turmoil. Since the hallowed cairn, its function had evolved, less a tool for control than a channel for focused intent. An idea formed, desperate, perhaps foolish, but the only path she could see that might save innocent lives. First, she needed to free the children, maintaining her heat distortion cloak. Eirian circled behind the buildings until she reached the rear of the square where the children were guarded by 2 militants. Their small faces showed varying stages of terror and confusion. Drawing on Alira's teachings, Eirian concentrated on precise application of her power. Not destructive flame, but targeted heat. Invisible, focused, purposeful. The ropes binding the children's wrists began to smoke subtly, fibers weakening without catching flame. Simultaneously, she sent a tendril of heat toward the militant sword belts, raising the temperature of metal fittings until they couldn't be touched without pain. As the guards instinctively reached for their suddenly burning hot weapons, distracted by unexpected discomfort, the children's bonds gave way. Eirian stepped partially from concealment, becoming visible to the children while maintaining distortion towards the guards. "Run," she mouthed silently, gesturing towards nearby houses. "Hide." The older children understood immediately, grabbing younger ones and slipping away while the confused militants dealt with their inexplicably heating armor. By the time the guards realized their charges had vanished, the children had scattered into the labyrinth of village buildings. Chaos erupted as militants noticed the escape. Amias's voice rose above the commotion. "Find them! They cannot have gone far." With the children temporarily safe, Eirian turned her attention to Thea. They had secured him to the stake, arms bound behind the wooden post, kindling piled around his feet. She couldn't reach him without revealing herself. Too many eyes now searched the square, and revealing herself meant capture. Perhaps that had been inevitable from the beginning. Taking a deep breath, Eirian released her concealment and stepped into the open. The golden fire within her remained calm, centered, ready. "I'm here," she called, voice carrying across the suddenly silent square. "I'm the one you want." Every head turned toward her. Militants reached for weapons. Villagers backed away in terror. Father Amias's thin face transformed with triumph. "The witch appears," he proclaimed. "The sacred flame has answered our faithful vigil." "Release him," Eirian demanded, indicating Thaya, "and promise the children will remain unharmed." "You dare make demands?" Cress stepped forward, sword drawn. "Surrender or die where you stand, witch." Eirian remained perfectly still, though fire tingled in her fingertips, eager for release. "I will surrender peacefully if Thea and the children go free. Otherwise we discover together exactly how much control I have over my power." To demonstrate, she extended one hand. Golden flame erupted from her palm. Not wild destruction, but a perfectly formed sphere that hovered above her fingers, its heat precisely contained. Amias studied her with narrow calculation. "Interesting. You've gained mastery since your unfortunate incident at White Pine." His gaze shifted to her pendant. "A focusing tool, perhaps? Remove it." "The children and Thea first," Eirian insisted. "You misunderstand your position." Amias gestured, and a dozen crossbows aimed at her from surrounding positions. "One command from me, and you join your ancestors regardless of your control." Eirian recognized the impasse. She had hoped to negotiate from a position of strength, but Amias held too many advantages. "Very well," she conceded, extinguishing her flame demonstration. "I surrender. But know this, harm any child or execute Thaya, and whatever you plan for me will fail spectacularly." Amias smiled thinly. Bold words from one about to be cleansed in sacred flame. Militants surrounded Eirian, binding her hands with special manacles inscribed with church symbols, restraints designed specifically for magical prisoners, Thaya had once explained. As they secured her, Amias approached Thaya on the pyre platform. "It seems your witch values your life, fallen brother. How fortunate for you," he signaled to the guards. "Remove him from the stake. His cleansing shall wait until after we've dealt with the source of corruption." Eirian allowed herself momentary relief as they cut Thaya's bonds. He collapsed forward, barely conscious from his injuries. Two militants dragged him from the platform, depositing him roughly at its base. "And the children?" Eirian demanded as they led her toward the pyre. "Will be found and examined for signs of corruption," Amias replied smoothly. "Those unstained may return to their families." It wasn't the assurance she sought, but Eirian had no further leverage. As militants escorted her up the wooden steps to the stake, she caught Thaya's eye. Despite his battered face, his gaze conveyed a clear message. "Don't do this. It will be all right," she said softly as they passed. Whether he believed her or not, she couldn't tell. They secured her to the stake, chains wrapped around her body and anchored to iron rings embedded in the wood. The special manacles remained on her wrists, their inscribed symbols pressing painfully against her skin. Amias addressed the gathered villagers. "Behold the witch who brought destruction to White Pine, who corrupted our brother with her evil, who carries forbidden flame in defiance of the sacred order." The villagers watched in fearful silence. No angry mob called for her death, only ordinary people trapped between church power and their own survival. "Today we witness proper cleansing," Amias continued. "The sacred flame consuming corruption, purifying what was defiled." He gestured to Cress, who approached with a ceremonial torch. "Let her burn as all witches must burn. Let her flesh return to ash. Let her evil be consumed by sacred fire." As Cress prepared to light the pyre, Thea struggled to his knees. "This is wrong," he called, voice breaking with effort. She heals with her flame. She protects. You pervert the sacred flame's meaning. Cress backhanded him without hesitation, sending him sprawling in the dirt. Silence the heretic, Amaias commanded. His time will come. The inquisitor turned back to Eirian, torch poised above the oil-soaked kindling. Any last words, witch? Eirian studied the faces around her. Armias's zealous certainty, Cress's cold satisfaction, the villagers' fearful resignation, Thea's desperate concern. Fire reveals truth, she said simply, her voice carrying across the hushed square. Watch carefully. Cress thrust the torch into the kindling. Flames caught instantly, racing along paths of oil and straw, surrounding the platform in a ring of fire that quickly climbed toward Eirian's feet. Cleansing in flame, Ammias began to chant. Other church officials took up the call. Cleansing in flame! Cleansing in flame! Heat rose around Eirian, smoke threatening to choke her before fire could burn. Yet within her, a profound calm settled. This wasn't the end. It was transformation, exactly what Alira had taught her at the hallowed cairn. As flames licked at her boots, Eirian closed her eyes, reaching for the power that had always defined her. Not with fear or desperation as she once would have, but with purpose and understanding. Fire reveals truth, she had said. Now she would demonstrate exactly what that meant. The flames touched her skin, and something extraordinary happened. Instead of burning her flesh, the fire seemed to recognize her, like called to like, as Alira had explained. The hungry orange flames transformed where they contacted her body, shifting to the same golden hue that characterized her controlled power. Impossible, Ammias breathed, the chant dying on his lips. The transformation spread rapidly. Every flame that touched Eirian changed color and nature, from consuming destruction to purifying illumination. The golden fire climbed her body without burning her clothes or flesh, enveloping her in radiance that grew blindingly bright. What sorcery is this? Cress demanded, backing away from the pyre. Eirian opened her eyes, now glowing with inner fire. Not sorcery, she replied, her voice resonating with newfound powers. Truth. The manacles around her wrists, designed to suppress magical ability, began to glow red-hot, their inscribed symbols melting into shapeless metal. With a sharp sound like breaking glass, they shattered, falling away as useless fragments. The chains binding her to the stake followed, metal links softening and giving way. Eirian stepped forward, free of restraint, surrounded by golden flame that obeyed her completely. Fire engulfed the entire platform now, yet nothing burned except what Eirian willed to burn. The stake behind her blackened and crumbled, while the platform, beneath her feet, remained intact. The Fire Guardian returns, she announced, her voice carrying unnatural distances. Not to destroy, but to transform. Not to rule, but to protect. As she spoke, the golden flames spread outward from the pyre, flowing across the square like water. Villagers cried out in terror, expecting immolation, but where the fire touched them, it brought not pain but a sensation of gentle warmth, wounds healed, ailments eased, even fear itself seemed to melt away. Only the church militants experienced discomfort, their weapons heating in their hands until they dropped them with pained exclamations. Eirian descended the pyre steps, golden fire flowing around her like a living cloak. Where she walked, flowers bloomed in the hard-packed earth, impossible blossoms that should not exist until spring. She knelt beside Thea, placing gentle hands on his broken body. Golden flame enveloped him briefly, and when it receded, his wounds had healed completely. Bruises faded, broken bones knit, damaged eye restored. "How?" he whispered, touching his healed face in wonder. "Healing flame," she replied softly. "What fire was always meant to be." Father Ammias had backed away to the edge of the square, his certainty shattered by what he witnessed. Yet his faith, however misguided, remained strong. "Deception," he cried. "The witch uses illusion to escape righteous judgment." Eirian turned to face him, golden fire still surrounding her. Is this illusion, Father Amias? Or is it simply truth you've forgotten? She gestured toward the church's sacred texts, held by attending clerics. The books opened of their own accord, pages turning rapidly until they settled on specific passages. Golden light illuminated the text, revealing words that had been deliberately obscured by centuries of selective interpretation. "The sacred flame transforms," Eirian quoted from memory as the text glowed. "It purifies through love, not destruction. It heals what is broken. It illuminates darkness." The words matched exactly what now shone on the ancient pages. Several clerics gasped, recognizing canonical text they had never been permitted to read in its entirety. "Your church built its power on fear," Eirian continued, approaching Amias steadily. "You twisted the flame's meaning from transformation to destruction, from illumination to inquisition." "Lies," Amias hissed, though doubt had entered his eyes. "Nightborn deception." "Then how do you explain this?" Eirian gestured toward a young girl who had emerged from hiding, one of the children who had escaped earlier. Her arm, previously withered from birth, had been restored to perfect function where Eirian's golden flame had touched her. The girl's mother rushed forward, tears streaming as she embraced her healed child. Similar scenes unfolded throughout the square as Eirian's healing fire continued its work. "The sacred flame was never meant to burn witches," Thea declared, rising to stand beside Eirian. "It was meant to illuminate truth and heal suffering. The church has forgotten its purpose." Church militants looked to Amias for guidance, their certainty wavering in the face of undeniable miracles. The father's authority, once absolute, now hung by a thread. "Arrest them both," Amias commanded, desperately reasserting control. "This changes nothing." Not a single militant moved to obey. Some had lowered their weapons entirely, watching Eirian with expressions ranging from fear to wonder. In this crucial moment of indecision, new sounds interrupted the standoff, hoofbeats approaching rapidly from the north road. A party of riders appeared, led by a familiar figure in inquisitor's garb. "Alaric," Eirian breathed in recognition. Inquisitor Alaric Ashthorne reined his horse at the square's edge, taking in the extraordinary scene before him. Eirian wreathed in golden flame, healed villagers, disarmed militants, and Father Amias's crumbling authority. "What occurs here requires witness," Alaric announced formally. "I bring observers from the Council of Nine." The riders behind him dismounted, revealing themselves as senior church officials, men and women whose rank approached Amias's own. They had clearly ridden hard to reach Hollow's End in time. "This is my jurisdiction," Amias protested. "The witch's judgment is mine to pronounce. When sacred text manifests in living flame, jurisdiction expands," replied an elderly woman wearing the emblem of church archives. "We have come to witness, not interfere." Alaric's gaze met Eirian's across the square, conveying silent communication. He had brought allies, church officials who remembered the original teachings, who questioned the centuries of persecution. Understanding dawned. This was no random timing. Somehow, Alaric had known what would unfold here today. Perhaps Lilies had contacted him. Perhaps he had his own sources within the church hierarchy. Regardless, his arrival with official witnesses transformed a potential massacre into something else entirely. A moment of reckoning for the church itself. Eirian stepped forward, golden flame still surrounding her but now tempered, controlled, inviting rather than overwhelming. "I am Eirian Vale," she declared to the assembled witnesses, "last descendant of Keris Moraine, guardian of the hollow flame. I stand before you, not as enemy but as reminder of what was forgotten." She extended her hands, golden fire flowing between them in patterns that matched ancient church symbology. Patterns many present recognized from sacred texts but had never seen manifested. "The sacred flame and the hollow flame were never separate," she continued. "They are the same power viewed through different traditions. What your founders revered, you came to fear. What they understood as transformation, you reduced to destruction. The council members exchanged significant glances, unable to deny the evidence before them. The golden fire surrounding Eirian behaved nothing like natural flame. It healed, rather than harmed, illuminated rather than consumed. Lies. Amias made a final desperate attempt to maintain control. The Nightborn were abominations, their magic corrupt. Then explain this, Father. Alaric stepped forward, producing an ancient text from his saddlebag. The original Covenant of Flame, preserved in the deepest archives. It speaks not of burning witches, but of guiding those with gifts. Not of persecution, but of partnership. The council members gathered around the text, their expressions changing as they read words long hidden from common knowledge. Amias recognized the shifting tide. With surprising swiftness, he drew a concealed dagger from his robes, lunging not at Eirian, but at Thea, the betrayer from within, the heretic who had turned against his own. Golden fire moved faster than any human reflex. A wall of flame materialized between Amias and his target. The dagger melting to useless slag in his hand, the father cried out, falling to his knees as his weapon dissolved. The time for violence has passed, Eirian stated with quiet authority. The time for remembering begins. She approached Amias, who cowered before her advance, yet when she reached him she simply knelt to his level, golden flames surrounding them both. I don't seek vengeance, she said softly. I seek understanding. The same fire you would use to destroy me can heal what fear has broken in you. She placed a gentle hand on his chest, directly over his heart. Golden flame spread briefly across his body, not burning but illuminating, revealing rather than consuming. When it receded, Amias remained physically unchanged, but his eyes held something new. Recognition, memory, connection to truths long buried beneath dogma and fear. I remember, he whispered, voice small and broken. The original teachings. How did we forget? Fear makes us forget many things, Eirian replied. But fire illuminates what darkness has hidden. Rising, she addressed the assembled witnesses, church officials, militants, villagers. Her golden flame continued to spread through Hollow's End, healing, restoring, transforming. The pyre you built to destroy has instead revealed, she declared. Not all fires consume, some illuminate, some transform, some heal. As if in response to her words, the ground beneath the village square trembled slightly. Ancient magic, dormant for centuries beneath what had once been Blackridge Hollow, stirred in recognition of the Fire Guardian's return. The villagers of Hollow's End, who had gathered expecting to witness an execution, instead found themselves participants in a renewal. Where Eirian's golden flame touched the earth, long-dormant plants emerged, healing herbs known only in ancient texts, flowers thought extinct since the Great Purge. One by one, church militants lowered their weapons completely. Several fell to their knees, recognizing something their doctrinal training had never prepared them for, the true sacred flame, manifested not in destruction, but in transformation. The council members conferred briefly before their leader stepped forward, the elderly woman who had spoken earlier. What we witness cannot be denied, she announced formally. The flame reveals truth, as it always has. We must reconsider much we thought settled. Amias remained kneeling where Eirian had left him, his certainty shattered, his purpose questioned. Not destroyed, but transformed, exactly as the original teachings had described. Alaric approached Eirian and Thea. We don't have much time, he said quietly. This revelation buys temporary peace, but centuries of doctrine won't change in a single day, and there are those within the church who will resist fiercely. Fen? Eirian asked urgently. Is he alive? Imprisoned at Crevin Monastery, Alaric confirmed. But that may change when news of today reaches them. And Lily's? Thea inquired. Alaric's expression darkened. She battles her own corruption at Frostmere, The balance between your powers grows more critical by the hour. Eirian nodded, understanding the unspoken urgency. What had happened here at Hollow's End was only the beginning. One aspect of the prophecy unfolding. Fire had revealed its true nature, but ice remained in peril. "I need to reach her," she said, "before the balance tilts too far." As they spoke, a chill wind swept suddenly through the square, unnaturally cold for the season, carrying crystalline particles that sparkled in the sunlight. "Frost message," Alaric identified, holding out his hand to catch the particles. "Lilys' method of communication." The frost crystals arranged themselves briefly in his palm, forming words that only he could read. His face paled as he received the message. "What is it?" Eirian demanded. "She's losing the battle," Alaric replied grimly. "The Father of Ice grows stronger within her. She cannot contain it much longer." The golden flame surrounding Eirian brightened with her concern. "Then we must hurry." "There's more," Alaric added. "Church forces gather at Frostmere, drawn by unusual cold manifestations. They don't realize what they're walking into." Thea's expression hardened with resolve. "Then the Church faces threats from within and without. Amias's extremism on one side, and whatever corrupts Lilys on the other." "And we stand between," Eirian concluded. She looked around at the transformed village, healing still spreading through her golden flame, ancient magic reawakening beneath their feet, church doctrine confronting uncomfortable truths. The pyre that was meant to end her had instead become a beacon, illuminating a path forward that few had imagined possible. Not destruction, but transformation. Not vengeance, but healing. As golden flame continued to flow from her in gentle waves, Eirian made her decision. "We leave for Frostmere immediately. The Fire Guardian has revealed her purpose. Now she must help the Ice Guardian reclaim hers." The prophecy continued to unfold. Fire had chosen purpose over power. Would ice make the same choice? Or would the darkness beyond the veil claim Lilys completely, corrupting the balance before it could be fully restored? The answer waited at Frostmere, where frost and flame would meet once more, in harmony or opposition, in healing or destruction, in balance or catastrophic imbalance. Voice shifts to a more reverent tone as the new chapter begins. Chapter 14, The Hollow Flame. The golden fire surrounding Eirian pulsed with each heartbeat, spreading outward from Hollow's End in visible waves. Not destructive flame, but living light, awakening, revealing, transforming everything it touched. Villagers stood transfixed. Church officials from the Council of Nine documented each impossible miracle with stunned precision. Thea moved among the crowd, explaining in reverent tones what they witnessed. The original purpose of the sacred flame made manifest after centuries of distortion. "The prophecy speaks true," Alaric murmured, watching golden light illuminate faces marked by generations of fear. "The Fire Guardian returns not to rule, but to heal." Eirian stood at the center of this transformation. Her awareness expanded far beyond normal perception. Through the golden flame she sensed the land itself. Wounds in the earth left by centuries of neglect. Dormant magic waiting beneath forgotten stones, connections between elements long severed by church doctrine. Most disturbing was what she felt from Cress. While others, even Amias, showed signs of wonder, the chief inquisitor's heart remained encased in hatred. He had withdrawn to the edge of the square, face contorted with loathing, as he watched his life's purpose unravel. "We must reach Frostmere," Eirian reminded Alaric and Thea. "The balance remains precarious while Lilys struggles." Before they could respond, a villager pointed skyward with a startled cry. "Look!" The morning sky, clear blue moments before, now darkened with unnatural swiftness. Not clouds, but something colder, more deliberate. Crystalline patterns spread across the heavens like frost across a window pane, transforming daylight to an eerie blue twilight. "Ice magic," Alaric whispered, recognition and fear mingling in his voice. Powerful, uncontrolled. "Lilys?" Thea questioned. or what controls her now, Eirian replied grimly. The temperature plummeted. Breath fogged in suddenly frigid air. Frost formed on grass and rooftops despite the season. Church militants drew closer together, instinctively seeking warmth and protection. At the northern edge of the village, a figure appeared, walking deliberately toward the square, ice forming with each footfall. Not Lily's as they had known her, but something both more and less. Her pale blonde hair had whitened completely, her skin translucent with blue veins visible beneath. Most striking were her eyes, once violet, now darkened to midnight blue with pinpoints of cold light where pupils should be. "The Father of Ice has taken her," Alaric whispered in horror. "She's lost the battle." Eirian stepped forward, golden flame brightening in response to this new threat. "Lilies!" she called. "I know you're still in there. Fight it!" The figure paused, head tilting in curious assessment. When she spoke, Lily's voice emerged, layered with something older, deeper. An ancient consciousness speaking through human vocal cords. "The vessel remembers you, Firechild," she said, frost crystallizing with each word. "She fought admirably, but the winter tide cannot be resisted forever." "Release her," Eirian demanded. "This isn't her choice." A cold smile spread across Lily's face. "Choice is illusion. Ice preserves, fire destroys. This has always been the natural order." The transformed Lilies surveyed the assembled crowd with detached interest. Her gaze settled on Father Amias, still kneeling where Eirian had left him. "The church that hunts magic now witnesses its true form," she observed. "How quickly certainty crumbles when confronted with power beyond comprehension." As she spoke, ice spread in accelerating patterns beneath her feet, crackling across the square toward the pyre where Eirian had been bound. Golden flame met advancing frost in spectacular collision, neither yielding, both elements seeking dominance. "The balance fractures," the entity controlling Lilies declared. "As was inevitable. Fire had its age, ice shall have the next." Alaric stepped forward, anguish evident in his expression. "Daughter, fight this, remember who you are." Lily's possessed form regarded him with cold dispassion. "Your daughter sleeps beneath frozen thoughts, her consciousness preserved perfectly, the gift of ice." "That's not preservation," Eirian countered. "It's imprisonment. True balance requires both elements in harmony, not domination." "An appealing fantasy," the entity replied. "But even your golden transformation cannot change elemental truth. Fire and ice cannot coexist in perfect balance. One must eventually yield." As they spoke, Cress had been moving gradually closer, hatred overriding caution. His hand rested on a ceremonial dagger, different from Amias's, marked with church symbols of banishment. "Abominations," he spat, drawing the weapon. "Both of you, corruption made flesh." Before anyone could intervene, he lunged toward Lily's possessed form, dagger aimed at her heart. The entity didn't flinch or attempt to evade. Instead, one pale hand extended casually, intercepting Cress mid-strike. Where their skin connected, frost spread instantly, not surface ice, but deep, penetrating cold that crystallized flesh from within. Cress screamed as freezing pain traveled up his arm, transforming living tissue to fragile crystal. "Hatred burns hot," the entity observed with clinical detachment, "yet freezes just as effectively." The crystallization continued, spreading rapidly throughout Cress's body despite his struggles. Within moments he stood frozen in attack position, a perfect ice sculpture, capturing the hatred that had defined him. "Stop this," Eirian commanded, golden flames surging around her. "Why?" the entity questioned through Lily's lips. "He sought our destruction. Ice merely preserves his essence, his hatred perfectly suspended, never to fade or diminish. Is this not mercy of a kind?" With a casual gesture, the entity caused the frozen inquisitor to shatter into countless fragments, collapsing in a pile of glittering shards. Villagers cried out in horror. Church militants backed away, weapons lowered in terrified submission. The vessel struggled to contain me at Frostmere, the entity continued conversationally. She performed ancient rituals, invoked binding magic, even attempted to sacrifice portions of her consciousness to preserve her core self. Admirable, if futile. She's still in there, Eirian insisted. I can feel her fighting. Certainly, the vessel possesses remarkable will. But the tide of ice rises inexorably. As they conversed, Eirian noticed something extraordinary beginning to happen throughout Hollow's End. The golden flame she had spread, fire that healed rather than harmed, had continued its outward journey. Where it touched the earth at specific points, long-buried objects responded, ancient stones rising from soil glowing with awakened power. The standing stones, Thea breathed in wonder. They're answering your call. Throughout the valley, massive monoliths emerged, weathered stones arranged in precise patterns, their surfaces carved with symbols matching those on Eirian's pendant. Each stone ignited with golden fire as it rose, creating a network of light across the landscape. The entity within Lily's observed this development with the first sign of concern. The Ashroot circuit awakens. Unexpected. Not unexpected, Eirian countered, sudden understanding flooding her consciousness. Inevitable. The land remembers its purpose, even when people forget. The standing stones, some as tall as 3 men, continued to rise throughout the valley, golden fire spreading between them in connecting lines of light. Ancient magic, dormant for centuries, surged back to life. This changes nothing, the entity declared. Though uncertainty had entered its voice, the vessel remains mine, the balance still fractures. Eirian stepped closer, golden flame intensifying around her. You're wrong. Look around you. What do you see? Where the network of golden light touched the unnaturally spreading frost, neither element destroyed the other. Instead, they created something new where they met. Not conflict, but harmony. Not domination, but synthesis. Impossible, the entity whispered. Only to those who believe one element must rule, Eirian replied. The ancient ones knew better. Fire and ice in balance create. They don't destroy. The awakened standing stones now formed a complete circuit around Hollow's End, golden light connecting them in a perfect pattern. Where this light crossed the frozen ground Lilies had created, remarkable transformations occurred, new forms of plant life emerging, neither burned by flame nor frozen by ice, but nourished by both. Alaric approached his daughter's possessed form, courage overriding caution. Lilies has always known this truth. It's why she sought Eirian, not to dominate, but to complete. Within Lilies' ice-blue eyes, something flickered. Recognition, struggle, determination. The vessel fighting to reclaim control. Eirian sensed opportunity in this moment of uncertainty. Guided by instinct and Elira's teachings, she extended her golden flame not against the ice entity, but alongside it, offering partnership rather than opposition. I chose purpose over power at the hallowed cairn, she said. Fire that heals rather than burns. Ice can make the same choice. Preservation that sustains rather than imprisons. The entity's control wavered visibly, Lilies' consciousness fighting toward the surface. I remember, she gasped, her true voice emerging briefly before being submerged again. The struggle manifested physically. Patterns of frost and golden flame alternating across Lilies' skin as vessel and entity fought for dominance. Eirian maintained her approach, golden fire extended in offering. The prophecy never spoke of one element conquering another, she reminded the entity. It promised renewal through balance. The hollow can only be healed when fire and ice work in harmony. Around them, the awakened standing stones pulsed with increasing intensity. The circuit they formed channeled ancient magic through the land, reinforcing Eirian's words with tangible power. The Father of Ice need not disappear, she continued, understanding flowing through her connection to the golden flame. But neither should he rule alone, partnership, not domination, as it was before the sundering. At the word sundering, the entity reacted strongly. Lilies' body shuddered. ice crystals shattering and reforming around her in chaotic patterns. The sundering broke what was whole, the entity acknowledged reluctantly. Perhaps this vessel speaks truth through her resistance. Perhaps balance holds greater power than dominance. As this admission formed, something remarkable happened within the network of standing stones. The golden fire flowing between them changed colour where it crossed Lilith's frost patterns. Not extinguishing, but transforming, creating a third light that was neither flame nor ice, but perfect synthesis. This new light, pearlescent, opalescent, constantly shifting, spread along the circuit, igniting each standing stone with dual purpose. Fire and ice in harmony, neither dominant, both essential. Within this manifestation of ancient balance, Lily's found her strength. Her true consciousness surged forward, wresting control from the entity that had claimed her. "I am Lily's Ashthorn," she declared, her voice fully her own for the first time since her arrival. Ice guardian by choice, not puppet to ancient will. The transformation was visible, her skin regaining healthy colour, her hair returning to pale blonde rather than stark white, her eyes shifting from midnight blue back to violet. Most importantly, the frost patterns emanating from her changed character. No longer sharp and destructive, but intricate and nurturing, supporting life rather than suspending it. The entity's presence remained. Eirian could sense its ancient consciousness, but its relationship to Lily's had fundamentally changed. No longer possessor but partner, no longer dominator but advisor. "The balance restores," Lily said, extending her hand toward Eirian in perfect mirror of the Fire Guardian's earlier gesture. When their fingers met, golden flame and purified frost intertwined without conflict. Where the elements merged, that same pearlescent light formed, the hollow flame of prophecy, neither fire nor ice alone, but perfect synthesis. "Impossible," Father Ammius whispered, watching from his knees. Other church officials from the Council of Nine made hurried notes, documenting miracles that contradicted centuries of doctrine. "Not impossible," Thea corrected. "Forgotten." The pearlescent light spread outward from Eirian and Lily's, flowing along the circuit of standing stones. Each ancient monolith now blazed with triple light, golden fire, purified frost, and the harmonious blend where they merged. This light spread beyond Hollow's End, visible for miles across Ashroot Valley. Throughout the village, weapons clattered to the ground as militants and villagers alike recognized the sacred manifestation around them. Many knelt spontaneously, not in fear, but reverence. Others wept openly, experiencing connection to something greater than themselves, something the church had gradually stripped from common worship. Only Father Ammius remained conflicted, decades of zealous certainty battling against undeniable evidence before him. "If this is true," he said carefully, "then everything we've taught was incomplete," Alaric finished for him. "Not entirely false, but severely limited." The sacred flame was only half the truth. The pearlescent light reached Cress's frozen remains, transforming the hatred preserved in ice to simple water that soaked harmlessly into the earth. Not destruction, but release, even for one who had caused such suffering. Eirian and Lily's stood at the centre of this transformation, their complementary powers creating something greater than either could manifest alone. Through their connection, they sensed the wider land responding. Dormant magic awakening, ancient connections restoring, wounds beginning to heal. Most significantly, they felt the veil between worlds shifting, not thinning dangerously as before, but stabilizing. Balance restored not just between elements, but between realms. "The hollow flame," Eirian identified, watching the pearlescent light spread across the valley. "Not destruction, not preservation, but transformation." "What our ancestors attempted before the sundering," Lily's agreed. "What Elira and Neria died trying to achieve." The standing stones continued their awakening, more rising throughout the valley with each passing moment. An ancient network designed by the earliest Nightborn, created to channel and balance elemental power across the land. Alaric approached his daughter cautiously. "Lilies, are you truly yourself?" She turned to him with clear eyes and genuine smile. "More myself than I've ever been, father. The ice remains, but now it serves purpose, rather than domination." "And the entity?" Alaric asked warily. "The father of ice?" "Still present," she acknowledged, "but as teacher rather than controller. Ancient knowledge without ancient agenda." Thea had been examining the nearest standing stone, fingers tracing symbols that matched those in forbidden texts. These stones form more than a simple circuit, he realized. They create a map. A path leading somewhere specific, Eirian nodded, knowledge flowing through her connection to the golden flame. The heart of Ashroot, where the original hollow stands sealed. Where our ancestors attempted the great working, Lilies added, where balance fractured and the sundering began. And where it must be mended, they concluded together. As this understanding crystallized, an unexpected sound drew everyone's attention, hoofbeats approaching rapidly from the eastern road. Not church militants this time, but a single rider on a lathered horse, pushing the animal to its limits. The rider reined in at the square's edge, staring in astonishment at the transformed village and illuminated standing stones. To everyone's surprise, it was Jorith Blackwell, the innkeeper who had betrayed them at Northaven. Jorith, Thayer identified darkly, hand moving instinctively to his borrowed sword. The one-armed innkeeper dismounted awkwardly, his weathered face lined with urgency and remorse. "I deserve your hatred," he acknowledged, "but there's no time for proper atonement. Fen has escaped Crevin Monastery." "Escaped?" Alaric questioned sharply. "How?" "The monastery is in chaos," Jorith explained breathlessly. "Word of what happened here reached them. Rumours of miraculous transformation, of standing stones awakening. The lower ranks abandoned their posts. Fen seized the opportunity." "That's good news," Eirian said, relief evident in her voice. "We need him for what comes next." "No," Jorith countered grimly. "You don't understand. He's not coming here. He's gone to the Hollow directly to attempt the opening alone." Alarm spread across Eirian and Lilies' faces simultaneously. "Without proper balance," Lilies began. "Disaster," Eirian finished. "The same disaster that created the sundering." The standing stones seemed to sense this new threat, their triple light pulsing with increased urgency. The circuit they formed now pointed clearly eastward, toward the heart of Ashroot Valley, where ancient mountains concealed the sealed entrance to the original hollow. "How long ago did he escape?" Alaric demanded. "Hours," Jorith admitted. "I rode as fast as possible once I learned his destination, but he has a significant lead. Why would he attempt something so dangerous alone?" Thea wondered aloud. Jorith's expression darkened with shame. "Because of me. My betrayal convinced him that waiting for proper alignment, for careful preparation, would only lead to more betrayals. He believes direct action is the only safe path now." "He's wrong," Eirian stated with absolute certainty. "Opening the hollow requires perfect balance. Fire and ice in harmony, neither dominating." "What happens if he succeeds in breaking the seal alone?" Alaric asked, though his expression suggested he already feared the answer. "The sundering repeats," Lilies replied grimly. "But worse. The first time, the imbalance was accidental. This time, it would be deliberate. Raw fire magic without ice to temper it. How long do we have?" Eirian closed her eyes, sensing the patterns of awakened magic flowing through the standing stones. "The ritual requires specific preparation," she answered. "Even for someone with Fen's knowledge, it would take time to arrange." "Until midnight," Lilies added, receiving similar information through her ice awareness. "When the veil naturally thins for the autumn crossing." Alaric looked to the sun's position, early afternoon now. 8 hours, perhaps 9. Can we reach the hollow in time?" "Not by conventional means," Eirian acknowledged. Then her expression changed as new understanding flowed through her connection to the golden flame. "But the standing stones offer another way. She turned to Lilies, who nodded in immediate comprehension. The ancient paths, Lilies confirmed. Nightborn travel routes through concentrated elemental currents. Impossible, Father Amias interjected, finally finding his voice again. Such magic hasn't existed since your church systematically destroyed all knowledge of it, Thea finished for him. But the pathways themselves remain dormant until proper activation. Eirian and Lilies moved to the nearest standing stone, placing their hands on its ancient surface. Golden flame and purified frost flowed into the monolith simultaneously, activating symbols that had lain dormant for centuries. The stone network was never just for channeling power, Eirian explained, as the symbols began to glow with increasing brightness. It was also for travel, allowing Nightborn guardians to move quickly through protected lands. We can reach the hollow in time, Lilies added, but only those connected to elemental power can travel the ancient paths. This limitation was immediately clear. While Eirian, Lilies and Thea, through his unexplained connection to the sacred flame, could potentially use this method, Alaric and the others could not. I'll lead conventional forces, Alaric decided quickly. Gather those militants willing to listen to reason. We'll follow by horseback. Arrive when we can. I'll guide them, Jorith volunteered. I know hidden approaches to the hollow that even the church hasn't mapped. A small atonement for great betrayal. Eirian studied the repentant innkeeper, sensing genuine remorse behind his weathered features. Guide them well, she said simply. Second chances are rare. As preparations accelerated, Eirian, Lilies and Thea positioned themselves around the activated standing stone, the triple light, golden fire, purified frost and pearlescent harmony, intensified until observers had to shield their eyes. The hollow flame guides us, Eirian declared, golden fire surrounding her completely. Balance protects us, Lilies continued, purified frost crystallizing in perfect complement. Truth sustains us, Thea concluded, unexpectedly manifesting hints of both elements around his ordinary human form. The standing stone responded to their combined intent, not with destructive force, but with transformative purpose. The space around them shifted, folded, transformed. To observers, it appeared as though the three travelers simply dissolved into light, absorbed into the ancient monolith itself. In reality, they entered the elemental currents that had once connected all Ashroot, pathways between spaces, neither physical nor ethereal, but something uniquely Nightborn in conception. Through these currents, they would travel distances in moments that would take hours by conventional means. As the light of their departure faded, Father Amias found himself facing a transformed world. The villagers of Hollow's End moved among newly awakened standing stones with wonder rather than fear. Church militants either knelt in prayer or stood in confused contemplation of shattered doctrine. The Council of Nine documented everything with scholarly precision, already composing messages to be sent throughout church territories. What happens now? Amias asked Alaric, his authority reduced to genuine uncertainty. Now, Alaric replied, mounting his horse, we witness whether prophecy fulfills through balance or fractures through haste, whether the hollow flame heals or destroys. As he spoke, more standing stones activated across the visible landscape, their triple light forming a directional pattern pointing eastward, toward the heart of Ashroot, where Fenmoran raced to unlock ancient power without understanding the necessity of balance, toward a confrontation that would determine whether the sundering would heal or repeat, whether elements would find harmony or eternal opposition, toward the original hollow, where everything had begun and where everything might end. The Ashroot Legacy hung in perfect balance between possibility and devastation, between restoration and repetition of ancient mistakes. And at its centre, the newly awakened hollow flame spread across the land, not destroying but transforming, not ruling but illuminating, not ending but beginning. Voice shifts to a reverent tone as the new chapter begins. Chapter 15. The Ashroot Pact, the elemental pathways carried Eirian, Lilies, and Thea through ancient currents of power, neither fully in the physical world nor completely beyond it. Their journey through the standing stone network manifested as streaks of golden fire and purified frost weaving together in pearlescent harmony as they traversed distances that would have taken hours by conventional means. Through these currents, Eirian sensed the land itself. Every dormant seed, every hidden spring, every wound left by centuries of neglect. Most urgently, she felt Fenn's presence ahead, a familiar flame signature moving with determined purpose toward the heart of Ashroot Vale. "He's nearly there," she communicated to her companions, her words travelling not through air but through the elemental medium surrounding them. The Hollow's entrance already responds to his presence. "I feel it too," Lilies confirmed, her awareness expanded through ice affinity. The ancient seals weaken. Without proper balance, catastrophe awaits. The pathways accelerated as they neared their destination, responding to the urgency of their intent. Stone after stone activated in sequence, guiding them toward a mountain meadow cradled between three peaks: Moonfall, Sunreach, and Twilight's Edge. With a final surge of energy, the pathway released them into physical space. The transition felt like breaking through water's surface, a momentary resistance followed by sudden clarity. They materialized beside an ancient standing stone half embedded in flowering heather. Before them stretched a sloping meadow leading to a circular arrangement of monoliths at its center. These stones dwarfed those in the outer network, rising 20 feet from the earth. Their surfaces covered in elaborate carvings that glowed with awakened power. And there, moving purposefully among these ancient sentinels, was Fenn Moran. He looked different than when they'd last seen him. His silver-streaked hair now fully white, his face gaunt from imprisonment, his movements carrying the determined intensity of someone with nothing left to lose. Most alarming was the raw fire energy surrounding him. Untamed, destructive, lacking the golden transformation Eirian had achieved. "Fenn!" she called, rushing forward. He turned, startled by their sudden appearance. His expression cycled rapidly through shock, joy, and suspicion. "Eirian." He stepped back warily, gaze shifting between her and her companions. "How did you find me? How did you travel the stone paths without—" His words cut short as he registered the golden flame surrounding her. "You've changed." "As have you," she replied, approaching cautiously. "But not for the better." Fenn's eyes narrowed. "I watched them torture and kill our kin for 20 years while hiding in shadows. I abandoned direct action for caution and achieved nothing. Now I finally see the truth. Power must be seized, not negotiated." "That's not wisdom speaking," Thea said, moving to Eirian's side. "It's pain and isolation." "The fallen priest lives," Fenn acknowledged with little warmth. "And the Ice Witch, too." His gaze settled on Lilies with particular suspicion. "Daughter of hunters, now you claim alliance with the hunted." "I claim balance," Lilies replied evenly, purified frost swirling around her in delicate patterns. "As should you." Fenn laughed, a harsh sound without humour. "Balance is luxury for those with time. The church rallies even now. Persecution intensifies despite your small victory at Hollow's End." "You know about that?" Eirian asked, surprised. "Word spreads like wildfire through church territories." Fenn gestured to the stone circle surrounding them. "But temporary wonder won't dismantle centuries of hatred. Only power will protect our kind now. Power I intend to unleash." He turned back towards the center of the circle, where an elaborate ritual arrangement had been prepared. Ancient symbols drawn in ash marked specific positions between the monoliths. Artifacts salvaged from hidden caches, ceremonial bowls, crystalline focuses, tomes with metallic bindings had been positioned with precise intent. The opening ritual, Eirian identified with growing alarm. But incomplete. Missing its crucial element, Lilies added. Balance. "Balance failed us before," Fenn countered bitterly. "While we sought perfect harmony, the church slaughtered thousands. No more. Fire alone will break these seals. And destroy everything in the process, Thea warned. The ancient texts are clear. Unbalanced opening releases catastrophe, not salvation. Fenn's expression hardened. You, who served our persecutors, dare lecture me on salvation? I was wrong, Thea acknowledged simply. As are you now. Different mistakes, same arrogance. Something in Thea's honest admissions seemed to reach Fenn, momentarily cracking his determined facade. Doubt flickered across his features before resolution reasserted itself. Perhaps, he conceded, but I've come too far to turn back now. We're not asking you to turn back, Eirian said, stepping closer. We're asking you to move forward with understanding rather than haste. She extended her hand, golden flame flowing around her fingers in gentle invitation. Look at what fire has become through transformation rather than destruction, through purpose rather than power. Fenn stared at her golden flame with conflicted longing. How? Choice, she replied simply. The same choice faced by every fire wielder since Elira, destruction or transformation, dominance or harmony. The choice I faced with the Father of Ice, Lilies added, demonstrating her purified frost. Control, rather than being controlled. Partnership, rather than possession. As they spoke, the ancient stones surrounding them pulsed with increasing energy. The triple light from Hollow's End had spread throughout the network, reaching this central circle with growing intensity, golden fire, purified frost, and the pearlescent harmony where they merged. Fenn looked from the stones to his companions, decades of caution warring with recent trauma. How can I trust this vision? After Jorith's betrayal, betrayal born from fear, not malice, Thea interrupted, as most betrayals are. He rides with Alaric now, Eirian informed him, leading church allies to witness what happens here. Church allies? Fenn's voice dripped skepticism. The Council of Nine has seen the hollow flame manifested, Lilies explained. They cannot deny what their own sacred texts confirm when confronted with living proof. Some will deny regardless, Thea added realistically. But division within the church creates opportunity for genuine change. The sun had begun its descent toward the western peaks, casting the meadow in golden afternoon light. Time was growing short. The ritual Fenn had prepared was designed for activation at sunset, when the veil naturally thinned. What do you propose instead of my approach? Fenn asked finally, his tone suggesting willing consideration rather than surrender. Eirian looked to Lilies, their shared understanding requiring no words. The Ashroot Pact, they said together. The what? Thea questioned. Knowledge shared through elemental connection, Eirian explained. The original covenant between fire and ice, between magical and non-magical, between this world and others. Before the sundering fractured balance, Lilies continued, before fear replaced harmony. And this pact would achieve what exactly? Fenn pressed, though his expression had softened from outright rejection to cautious interest. Not just opening the hollow, Eirian replied. Healing it. Restoring proper flow between worlds without dominance from either side. Guardianship rather than ownership, Lilies elaborated. Protection rather than power. Fenn considered their words, conflict evident in his weathered features. 20 years of caution warred against recent trauma, wisdom against pain, hope against bitter experience. Show me, he said finally. The request was simple but profound. Not surrender but willingness to witness before deciding. Eirian recognized this as perhaps the greatest wisdom Fenn had taught her through years of guidance. In response, she and Lilies stepped to opposite sides of the ritual arrangement Fenn had created. Golden flame and purified frost extended from their hands, not erasing his preparations, but enhancing them. Adding layers of meaning to symbols drawn in ash, activating deeper purposes in positioned artifacts. The original ritual required balance from the beginning, Eirian explained as they worked. Not fire forcing entry nor ice sealing against intrusion, but both elements creating proper passage. Where their complementary powers touched Fenn's preparations, remarkable transformations occurred. Ash symbols gained definition and dimension. Crystalline focuses awakened with inner light. Ancient tomes opened to relevant passages, text glowing with renewed significance. Our ancestors attempted similar restoration. Lilies added, frost patterns creating perfect geometric complements to Eirian's flame sigils. Elara and Neria came close to success, but outside interference disrupted their work. The Great Purge, Fen acknowledged grimly. Exactly, Thea confirmed, examining the transformed ritual with scholarly appreciation. The church attacked at the crucial moment of opening, fearing power they didn't understand. But now we have opportunity their generation lacked, Eirian continued. Church division, awakened stones, transformed fire, purified ice, and most importantly, 4 witnesses with complementary perspectives. 4? Fen questioned. Fire legacy, Eirian identified herself. Ice legacy, she gestured to Lilies. Church knowledge, she indicated Thea. And historical memory, she concluded, looking directly at Fen. The quadrants of balance, Fen whispered, recognition dawning, as described in the oldest texts. The standing stones responded to this collective understanding, their illumination intensifying until the entire circle seemed ablaze with triple light. At the center of the ritual arrangement, a space began to shimmer, not opening yet, but preparing to transform. The hollow remembers its purpose, Lilies observed. Not a wound between worlds, but a connection point. Not a breach to be feared, but a doorway to be guarded, Eirian added. Fen moved slowly around the enhanced ritual, examining their additions with growing wonder. His expression softened further as understanding replaced desperation. I was wrong, he acknowledged finally. Force would have repeated past mistakes, not corrected them. Understanding rarely comes without struggle, Thea offered compassionately. For any of us. The sun touched the western peaks, bathing the meadow in golden twilight. The moment of potential opening approached, no longer a dangerous forcing, but a harmonious transformation. We need to complete the circle, Eirian said, indicating positions around the central space, each representing an essential aspect of the Ashroot Pact. They moved to their respective positions, Eirian to the east representing transformation, Lilies to the north representing preservation, Thea to the west representing wisdom, and Fen to the south representing memory. As they formed this balanced quadrant, the air within the stone circle changed quality, becoming both thinner and more substantial simultaneously, as if multiple realities overlapped in shimmering potential. The veil responds, Lilies confirmed, sensing the change through her ice awareness. Not weakening dangerously as before, Eirian added through her flame perception, but flexing appropriately. Like scar tissue finally healing, Thea suggested, his scholarly mind finding apt metaphor. Fen extended his hands to either side, completing their circle. What comes next? He asked, his earlier resistance replaced by genuine commitment to their shared purpose. We declare the terms of the Ashroot Pact, Eirian replied. Each from our perspective, each with equal weight. As sunset light filtered through the standing stones, casting long shadows across the ancient circle, Eirian began the declaration. I, Eirian Vale, descendant of Teris Morin, fire guardian by choice and transformation, pledged to protect the balance between worlds. To heal rather than harm, to illuminate rather than consume, to guide rather than control, may the hollow flame witness my oath. Golden fire surged around her as she spoke, flowing outward to connect with the standing stones. The monoliths responded, ancient carvings igniting with matching golden light. Lilies continued, her clear voice carrying similar authority. I, Lilies Ashthorn, daughter of hunters, yet heir to Neria's legacy, ice guardian by choice and understanding, pledged to maintain the boundaries between worlds. to preserve without imprisoning, to protect without isolating, to remember without becoming rigid. May the hollow frost witness my oath. Purified ice crystallized in intricate patterns as she spoke, connecting with the standing stones just as Eirian's flame had done. The monoliths responded again, frost patterns illuminating complementary carvings with blue-white light. Thea spoke next, his voice steady despite lacking elemental power. I, Thea Morwain, once brother of a corrupted church, now seeker of original truth, pledged to translate between worlds, to record without distortion, to teach without dogma, to understand without prejudice. May the hollow wisdom witness my oath. Though he commanded no visible magic, the stones responded nonetheless, scholarly symbols illuminating with soft silver light, acknowledging wisdom's essential role in balance. Finally, Fen completed the declaration, his weathered voice carrying the weight of decades. I, Fenwick Moran, last guardian of the old ways, first teacher of the new, pledged to connect past with future, to remember without being bound by memory, to adapt without losing foundation, to persist without refusing growth. May the hollow memory witness my oath. As he spoke, amber light, different from Eirian's golden flame yet harmonious with it, flowed from his hands to the stones. The monoliths responded one final time, illuminating historical carvings with matching amber glow. With all 4 oaths declared, the quadruple light flowed together at the circle's center where the ritual arrangement waited. Gold, blue, silver and amber merged into the pearlescent harmony they had witnessed at Hollow's End, the true manifestation of the hollow flame in perfect balance. This light expanded upward in a column that reached toward the darkening sky. Within it, the space between worlds flexed, stretched, and transformed, not tearing open destructively as Fen had initially intended, but unfolding with deliberate purpose. The hollow revealed itself not as a physical location, but as a state of perfect balance between realities. Within its shimmering depths, they glimpsed the interconnected nature of all things, elements, worlds, times, possibilities, existing in harmonious relationship rather than opposition. Most remarkably, they saw 2 figures waiting within this manifestation, a woman with eyes of golden flame and a man with frost-white hair. Their forms were translucent, more memory than matter, yet undeniably present. Ceres, Fen whispered in recognition, and Ren. The figures acknowledged them with gentle smiles before speaking in voices that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. The circle completes, Ceres said, her golden eyes falling on Eirian with evident pride. What was broken begins to heal. The guardianship renews, Ren added, his gaze encompassing all 4 of them. Not as it was, but as it should be. We failed to achieve this balance in our time, Ceres continued. Fear and misunderstanding prevailed. But through you, the possibility we envisioned finally manifests, Ren concluded. Are you real? Eirian asked, wonder overriding protocol. Or memories given form? Both and neither, Ceres replied with an enigmatic smile. The hollow preserves essence across time, allowing this brief connection. We cannot remain, Ren added, but the wisdom we safeguarded can now transfer to worthy successors. As they spoke, the pearlescent light intensified around the 4 companions, conveying knowledge and understanding that would have taken years to learn through conventional means. Ancient techniques, forgotten histories, balanced applications of elemental power all flowed into their consciousness with perfect clarity. The Ashroot Pact is more than words, Ceres explained as this transfer continued. It is relationship made manifest between elements, between worlds, between generations. And relationship requires constant renewal, Ren added, constant rebalancing, constant choice. The light began to shift, indicating their temporary connection would soon end. Before fading, Ceres and Ren spoke final words in perfect unison. You are guardians of Ashroot now. protectors of the balance between elemental magic and the mortal world. Neither rulers nor servants, but stewards of connection. May your wisdom exceed our own. With these words, their figures dissolved back into the pearlescent light. The hollow remained open but stabilized, no longer a wound between worlds, but a carefully maintained passage. The quadruple illumination continued to flow through the standing stones, creating a sustainable circuit that would require regular tending but no longer risked catastrophic imbalance. As the immediate transfer of knowledge concluded, Eirian, Lilies, Thea and Fen lowered their hands, the circle complete but not broken. They stood in momentary silence, absorbing the profound transformation they had witnessed and participated in creating. "It's done," Fen said finally, wonder replacing his earlier bitterness. "The hollow flame rekindled after all these generations. Not just rekindled," Eirian corrected gently. "Transformed, as we all have been." "The balance seems stable," Lilies observed, her ice awareness confirming what her eyes perceived. "Neither fire nor ice dominating, both essential." "And yet," Thea added thoughtfully, "this is merely beginning, not conclusion." The sound of approaching riders interrupted their contemplation. Alaric led a mixed company into the meadow, church officials from the Council of Nine, reformed militants including several who had witnessed the transformation at Hollow's End, and village representatives from throughout Ashroot Vale. Among them rode Jorith Blackwell, his weathered face alight with wonder as he beheld the transformed stone circle and the stabilized hollow at its center. Alaric dismounted first, approaching the circle with appropriate reverence. "We felt the change throughout the valley," he reported. "Every standing stone illuminated at once. Is it?" "The Ashroot Pact," Lilies confirmed for her father, "established and witnessed." The council members dismounted next, scholars to their core despite church affiliation. They produced writing materials, immediately documenting the unprecedented manifestation before them. "The ancient texts spoke truth," one elderly woman marveled, comparing illuminated stone carvings to passages in her codex. "The hollow flame exists in perfect balance, not as destroyer, but as transformer. Which means church doctrine requires significant revision," another council member concluded with scholarly precision. Father Amias, present among the council though diminished in authority, surveyed the scene with complex emotions. "If this is divine truth," he said carefully, "then we have much to atone for." "Atonement comes through changed action, not just changed belief," Thea replied, stepping forward to address his former superior. "The opportunity begins now." As discussions continued around the circle's perimeter, Eirian, Lilies, Fen and Thea maintained their positions at the cardinal points. The hollow between them pulsed with sustainable rhythm, breathing almost, as if a living connection rather than merely a portal. "What happens next?" Lilies asked, voicing the practical question their newfound status demanded. "We establish the new guardianship properly," Fen replied, looking around at the gathering witnesses. "Not hidden as before, but acknowledged openly. With proper agreements between magical and non-magical communities," Thea added. "Transparent rather than secretive. And we teach," Eirian concluded, "not just magical techniques, but balance in all things, not domination of either element, but harmony between them." The pearlescent light of the hollow flame continued to illuminate the meadow as twilight deepened toward night. Stars appeared overhead, seemingly brighter than before, as if cosmic forces themselves acknowledged the restoration occurring below. In this moment of perfect balance, Eirian felt connection to everyone present, her fellow guardians, the church witnesses, the village representatives, and beyond them to all of Ashroot Valley. Not through dominating power, but through harmonious relationship. She stepped forward, golden flames surrounding her not as weapon, but as illumination. The gathering quieted, recognizing the significance of this moment. "Today marks the beginning of the Guardians of Ashroot," she declared, her voice carrying easily across the meadow. "Not rulers, not saviors, but protectors of balance between elemental magic and the mortal world. Lilies joined her, purified frost complementing golden flame. We stand as living proof that opposition can transform to harmony, that ancient enemies can become essential partners. Thea stepped forward next. We offer wisdom without demanding faith, guidance without requiring submission, protection without extracting obedience. Fen completed their advance, amber light flowing around his restored form. We remember what was lost without being imprisoned by the past. We honor tradition while embracing necessary change. Together they spoke the formal declaration that would establish the new covenant. The hollow flame burns in balanced purpose. The Ashroot Pact endures through mutual commitment. The Guardians stand ready to heal what was broken, to transform what was corrupted, to illuminate what was hidden. As witnessed, responded the gathering, church officials and villagers alike, recognizing the profound significance of this moment. The standing stones pulsed with renewed energy as this declaration settled into reality. Throughout Ashroot Valley and beyond, other stones in the network responded in kind, creating a visible map of connection across the land that even non-magical eyes could perceive. As formal ceremony concluded, smaller groups formed to discuss practical implications, church officials with Thea, planning doctrine revisions, village representatives with Fen, establishing protection protocols, militants with Alaric, redefining their purpose from persecution to peacekeeping. Eirian found herself momentarily alone, watching these interactions with quiet satisfaction. The path ahead would not be simple. Centuries of fear would not dissolve overnight. Corruption within the church would not immediately surrender. Dangers from beyond the veil would require constant vigilance. But for the first time since the Sundering, proper balance had been established. The tools for sustainable harmony now existed. Lilies approached, violet eyes reflecting starlight. "Your grandmother would be proud," she said simply. "As would Neria," Eirian replied. "Their legacy continues through us, though in ways they might not have imagined." "That's the nature of legacy," Fen commented, joining them after concluding his discussions. "Not replication, but evolution. Not preservation alone, but transformation as well." "The perfect balance," Thea added as he completed their circle once more. Above them, stars continued their ancient patterns across the night sky. Below, the hollow pulsed with newfound stability. Around them, the beginnings of a transformed society took shape through conversation and commitment, and within them, the hollow flame burned with perfect harmony, golden fire and purified frost in eternal dance, neither dominating, both essential. The Ashroot Legacy, nearly extinguished by fear and misunderstanding, now kindled anew in this generation of guardians. Not ending, but beginning. Not conclusion, but promise. Balance once broken, now restored, ready to face whatever challenges awaited beyond this momentous night. Epilogue. The Hollow remembers. 1 year after the establishment of the Ashroot Pact, Fen Moran stood alone before an ancient stone wall deep within the restored hollow. Morning light filtered through newly designed apertures in the ceiling, casting dappled patterns across weathered engravings that recorded generations of guardians. His fingers traced names worn smooth by centuries: Ren Nightborn, Keris Moren, and finally Eirian Vale, the last guardian recorded before the Great Purge. The space around him had transformed remarkably since the Pact's formation. What had been a sealed, abandoned sanctuary now thrived with renewed purpose. Chambers once filled with dust now housed libraries of reclaimed knowledge. Halls that had echoed with emptiness now resonated with the voices of apprentices learning balanced application of elemental gifts. Most significant was the central chamber where the hollow flame now burned continuously. A perfect synthesis of fire and ice, surrounded by a circular pool that reflected its pearlescent light throughout the sanctuary. Fen removed a small chisel and mallet from his belt pouch. Though modern tools existed for such work, tradition demanded handcrafting for this most sacred of records. His weathered hands moved with practiced precision, adding 4 new names beneath Eliraz: Eirian Vale Lily's Ashthorn, Thyre Morwain, Fenwick Moraine. As he carved the final stroke of his own name, a sense of completion washed over him. The circle that had broken with Elira's fall now continued uninterrupted, the guardianship restored after generations of absence. "I thought I'd find you here," came Thea's voice from the chamber entrance. The former priest had embraced his role as wisdom guardian with scholarly dedication, already producing new translations of ancient texts that bridged church doctrine with Nightborn knowledge. "Someone must maintain the records," Fen replied, stepping back to examine his handiwork. "Even in this age of renewal." "Especially in this age," Thea corrected gently. "The council arrives this afternoon to formalize the educational exchange. Eirian asked me to find you." Fen nodded, returning his tools to their pouch. The transformation of church attitudes remained incomplete. Pockets of resistance persisted, particularly in distant provinces. But the Council of Nine had embraced Reformation with surprising enthusiasm. Today's agreement would allow selected church scholars to study at the Hollow, while Guardian representatives would teach balanced elemental theory at Crevin Monastery. Unthinkable just 1 year ago. Miraculous even now. "How fares Hollow's End?" Fen asked as they walked the curving passage towards the central chamber. "Thriving beyond expectation," Thea reported. "The healing flame has transformed not just bodies, but landscape. Crops grow where nothing flourished for generations. The standing stones maintain perfect circuit." "And Lily's frost patterns complement rather than compete," Fen observed. "Balance in practice, not just theory." They emerged into the central chamber, where Eirian and Lily's worked with a small group of newly identified elemental sensitives, children from throughout Ashroot Valley, brought by parents who once would have hidden their abilities in terror. Eirian demonstrated precise control of golden flame, creating intricate patterns that danced above the circular pool. "Fire responds to intent," she explained to her attentive students. "Not emotion alone, though emotion provides initial connection." Across the pool, Lily's guided her own students through basic frost formation. "Ice preserves what matters," she instructed, her violet eyes reflecting crystalline light. "Selective protection, not indiscriminate freezing." The 2 elements interacted above the pool's surface, golden flame and purified frost creating beautiful temporary sculptures that dissolved back into the hollow flame at the center. Perfect harmony, constantly renewed through mindful practice. Fen watched with quiet satisfaction. His decades of caution, once seeming futile, had preserved just enough knowledge to make this renewal possible. His momentary descent into desperation, nearly catastrophic, had ultimately led to greater understanding through contrast. "The Ashroot Pact flourishes," Thea observed, "beyond even Ceres and Wren's vision, I suspect." "Yet challenges remain," Fen replied realistically. "Balance requires constant attention, constant choice. Complacency would invite new corruption. Hence today's agreement," Thea acknowledged. "Transparency rather than secrecy, cooperation rather than isolation." Their conversation paused as a familiar figure entered through the main passage. Alaric Ashthorn, now serving as liaison between the Guardians and Reformed Church hierarchy. Behind him came Jorith Blackwell, who had transformed his former inn into a way station for travellers seeking guidance from the Hollow. Both men had found their own forms of atonement through service to the new order, Alaric by facilitating difficult conversations between former enemies, Jorith by providing safe harbour to those still fearful of church authority. "The council's delegation approaches," Alaric announced. "Father Amias leads them, personally." This news raised eyebrows throughout the chamber. Amias had withdrawn to contemplative isolation after the events at Hollow's End, his certainty shattered by direct experience of the Hollow Flame. His return to active participation suggested significant personal transformation. "Prepare the Remembrance Hall," Eirian instructed, concluding her lesson. The agreement should be signed where history records it. As the chamber bustled with activity, Fen found himself drawn to a small alcove where an unusual window opened to the outside world. Unlike practical apertures designed for light or ventilation, this opening served ritual purpose, an invitation to particular messengers. As if summoned by his thoughts, a raven landed on the exterior ledge, not an ordinary bird, but one with unusual silver markings around its eyes, a descendant of those that had once served as communicators between Nightborn sanctuaries. "The old ways return," Fen murmured, extending his hand in traditional greeting. The raven studied him with intelligent assessment before accepting the gesture, allowing his weathered fingers to stroke its glossy feathers once before taking flight again. Fen watched it soar toward distant mountains where the oldest sanctuary, Black Ridge Hollow, had recently begun restoration, not as primary guardian seat but as historical memorial and educational site. Voice shifts to a more mystical tone. Twilight painted Black Ridge Hollow in shades of amber and indigo as the raven descended toward tumbled stones that once formed the original Nightborn sanctuary. Unlike the restored hollow where the Ashroot Pact had been formed, this ancient site maintained its ruined appearance, deliberate preservation of historical memory rather than neglect. Among these weathered remains, a small figure waited. A girl of perhaps 6 years, with unusual eyes that reflected starlight with midnight depth. Daughter of a Hollow's End villager, born the night the Ashroot Pact formed, she had demonstrated remarkable sensitivity to elemental currents since infancy. The raven landed on a broken column beside her, tilting its head in greeting. "Hello, friend," the child whispered, reaching up to stroke silver-marked feathers without fear. "What did you see today?" The bird's response came not through sound but through shared impression. Images of the restored hollow, the guardian's ceremony, names freshly carved in ancient stone, the hollow flame burning in perfect balance. The girl nodded as if receiving spoken report, her night-coloured eyes reflecting understanding beyond her years. "They've done it," she concluded with quiet certainty. "The circle holds." The raven cawed once in confirmation before taking flight again, circling overhead as the child began her careful descent from the ruins. Her mother waited at the newly established path, lantern raised against gathering darkness. "Talking to birds again, Nara?" the woman asked with affectionate concern. "Not birds, Mama, just one." The girl took her mother's hand, night-coloured eyes holding secrets she was still too young to fully articulate. "He brings messages from the guardians." "Does he now?" The mother smiled indulgently, assuming childhood imagination rather than genuine communion. "And what do these guardians say?" The child considered carefully before answering. "That fire and ice dance together now. That balance makes both stronger." She looked back at the ruins silhouetted against deepening twilight. "That I should remember the old stories because one day I'll help write new ones." Her mother laughed softly, attributing such statements to overheard conversations among village elders. "You certainly have your grandmother's imagination. Come now, it's getting dark." As they walked the path toward Hollow's End, the child glanced back one final time. In the deepening shadows between ruined columns, she glimpsed momentary reflections, translucent figures observing her departure. A woman with eyes of golden flame, a man with frost-white hair. Others less distinct but equally attentive. Not imagination but memory, the Hollow's memory preserved across generations, waiting for those with eyes to perceive it. "The circle holds," she whispered again, too quietly for her mother to hear. "And I remember." Above them the ravens soared between worlds, physical and elemental, present and past, ending and beginning. Its silver-marked eyes reflected stars emerging in the twilight sky, ancient light witnessing ancient covenant in endless, balanced cycle. The hollow remembered, the land remembered, the flame and frost remembered, and most importantly, the circle, broken by fear, restored by courage, maintained through balance, remembered its purpose once more. Not conclusion, but continuation. Not ending, but renewal. Not final chapter, but first page of stories yet to be written. The Hollow remembered, and the cycle began anew.